Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do thank you for tuning on in here to the Hawks Nest. This is a show that I'd planned to do just as we'd come to the wrapping up of the end of the season, but with all of the coaching intrigue that's been going on here, I've had to kind of prolong this one just a little bit, but nonetheless, I want to take a look at the Seahawks team from a perspective of a little bit of a controversial place within NFL and fandom circles, and that's going to be the PFF overall grades for this team for this past year. The new incoming coach is going to have to use, I think, a lot of tools of measurement in order to determine not only if he has a player that's a fit for his new scheme, but if that's a player that's the right fit in their new scheme. Even if he is a fit purely a scheme, is he the right guy in where his performative level is at? And I just do want to lead into it as we start to talk about some of these grades and the players and what they did this year to say that this is a tool. PFF is not meant to be an end-all, be-all, and what I will be doing with this kind of show and first presenting the information this way is later on and throughout this offseason, showing some video cut-ups, showing some highlights of players throughout this past year and their performance and what they did in order to pair that with this information. It's the thing I always say with this is it doesn't have to be an either-or. It's that we take in all and as much information as we possibly can, and then we kind of distill it from there. You get your bottom line understanding of the situation. So this data is not meant to be, this is the only thing that we have to point to as far as the determinant on this player and whether they were good or bad, but certainly it does bear some weight. And I think that it does in a lot of cases when I look at these particular grades for our Seattle Seahawks through the past season on both sides of the ball, the grades feel pretty fair. And I haven't seen a lot of them that jump out to me where it doesn't also match up in general terms to what we did get to see on the football field. So this is one place that I know many people have a little bit of hesitancy with because of the fact that they're very anti-PFF. So the thing that's just worth mentioning and acknowledging here is that all of the NFL teams out there utilize PFF as a tool. Every single one. There isn't even a single one in team that goes, no, I don't want to use that data at all. That data is of no use to me. A guy like Bobby Slowick, who's about to maybe potentially be a head coach this offseason, he himself worked with PFF the past year prior to being over there the coordinator with the Texans. So there is a value here from the NFL circles. There should be a value from a general fan on this. You don't have to make it carry all the weight, but it does carry some of the weight. When we look at these PFF scores, it is not necessarily a sparkling bunch. I believe that we have, 5 total guys that found their way into the 80 grades. And just as an understanding on this, the basic measurement with this is you're about at 65 overall grade, whatever your position, you're about league average. Go below that, 10 points, you're a little bit below. Go another 10 points below that, oof, you're getting into pretty bad play on the football field. Likewise, you go to the other side of that, 55, 65, 75, fair, pretty good. 75, 85, woof, you're really cooking it up. And if you get up into the 90 grade, okay, now you've really arrived at kind of a star status. You're playing at a star type level if you're in that neighborhood or territory, 88 to 90 plus. So we only have 5 low 80 graded guys on this. You'll see I'll have the ticker running throughout the course of this show, which will not only show you the score that the player had for the season, but it will also show you the rank that they had up against the rest of the NFL talent out there. So Dwayne Eskridge is rolling below me right now to 60.4. That's good for 89th best rank in the NFL for wide receivers, though again, that's sample size for him because some of these are just not all these guys had as many snaps as others. But I just wanted to give you both of those bits of data below me because I think it gives you a good general idea along with what we'll talk about with these guys in the type of year they had and maybe why the team both excelled in certain places and didn't excel in certain places. It's a bit of both, really, when you look at it. And David, yep, no need to spam. So let's look at first and foremost here, the overall chart. Oop, not that one. This one. The overall chart for this team this past year. These would be the overall grades for the team. Below you see individual grades. They also have overall team grades, does PFF. So what I've done here is taken the ranking of the team from a PFF standpoint and taking you down where their ranking is up against the rest of the NFL competition. I think this all does kind of tell a little bit of a story here. So first overall, offense actually by PFF standards was pretty good. Pretty good. 8th overall offensively. 8th overall period, which speaks to maybe a little bit of the team some of the base parameters in this team not being too bad or being something that should have borne out a bit of a better team, because by this mark, you go, well, they should have been the 8th best team potentially in the NFL. So that part was the interesting, right off the rip here, that was the interesting part of this grade for the overall team standpoint, is the Hawks landing 8th overall. And offensively is where it was really carrying them, of course. They were 11th overall offensively, 10th in passing. Now, pass blocking is no shocker to you guys. 28th rated in pass blocking, 6th in receiving, and 10th in rushing, and right around the middle of the road, 15th in pass blocking. And so this definitely fits to our eyes a little bit, as we do know that Geno Smith was under a terrible amount of, and Drew Lock with it, under quite a bit of duress and under quite a bit of a need to, get the ball out of their hands fast, or you're going to get hit, make quick decisions, be smart in your decision making. And it also goes to show, if the offense is performing like this across the board, from the passers to the pass catchers to the runners of the rock, what happens if you can take that 28th best pass blocking unit and bring it up? What if you can take even the 15th run blocking unit and move it up a little bit? I mean, that run blocking grade, I'd even say, probably feels a little bit high for me on what I saw to my eyes through most of this year. But the team was obviously here at this point driven mainly by the offensive side of the ball. Everybody kind of did their part at the skill position play. From a skill position standpoint, you were hoping coming into this year with Jackson Smith-Njigba, DK Metcalf, and Tyler Lockett that your receiving core could carry the day. And it certainly did so. Even Jake Bobo helping out in addition to that score in the overall standpoint of things, as they were an excellent group like we had hoped. And again, when you look at the passing with 10th overall there between Geno and Drew, and especially being that's really mainly Geno throughout the course of the year, I think you definitely got trying to get folks to get a little bit better of appreciation for Geno's season this past year and understanding what he was able to pull off. And again, not that he had some sensational year, but that we can go draft another quarterback, but Geno's also fine by also still being here and remaining. And of course, John Schneider's recent comments in the presser yesterday or 2 days ago certainly did indicate that that was going to be the case. When we flip over to the defensive side of the ball, defensively, it had the team at 14th overall, which is quite interesting when you consider where we were ranked as far as overall yards and points given up go. They had the run defense at 23rd, no shocker there. Tackling at 31st, that definitely tracks, doesn't it? I do maintain we were one of the worst tackling teams I'd seen in Seahawks history. The pass rush improved from the previous year as it got up to 9th this season. Maybe perhaps BT Jordan's impact with some of the young pass rushers, Leonard Williams coming in, certainly did help as well. But 9th as a pass rush, and then 10th in coverage. So a unit that was PFF was a little more fair to, I guess, than your baseline statistics that you might typically look to. And I do think that it usually the points thing is really more of a heavier measurement, but they were kind to him nonetheless, considering it did look like somewhat of almost close to a league worst defense there at the end. They certainly gave him a little bit more of a tip of the cap. Special teams was the best of the 3 units on this football team. I don't think that's a large shock to anybody out there. Jason Myers had a little bit of an up and down season. He ended up kind of being able to kind of salvage it at the end where it looked like it was going to go and twist in a bad way. But he was able to bring it back, which was good to see. And the unit as a whole on the back of Michael Dixon and good defense on the coverage units and pretty good returning as well brings them up to a 3rd spot, which of course is intentional. They put the valuement in the special teams unit, giving Nick Bellore contract, Dixon's contract, Jason Myers' contract. So the investment has been there, but the returns were also there. And that is good to see and will hopefully carry on into the future, because I do not expect at the very least Dixon or Myers, even with the new coach, to be going anywhere anytime soon. So that unit will probably remain a strong unit and a top end one. Come on, Kitty. Give me a second. Well, top end one in the future. Sorry, Kitty's a little needy today, folks. I don't know what's going on. It's maybe worse. We got snow outside. It makes them all just a little bit, I guess, more like. But those are your overall grades here for the Seattle Seahawks in the 2023 season. I think some nice, if I have a coach coming in here and looking at these overall grades of where the team landed at the end, 9-8, and where they had some struggles at and what they have that I can work with going into the future. I think there's a lot about this that I feel pretty good about just looking at it on the surface of things. Again, as a tool, not as an end-all be-all, but just starting to look at, show me some of their baselines. Give me their baseline metrics. Well, there's some not bad metrics within this, some things that clean up. Can I get the tackling better? Can I get the run defense better? Can I just get better defensively? And I'm able to raise that team up. If they're 8th overall from a PFF standpoint, okay, Kitty, she's going crazy. If they're 8th overall, from a defensive standpoint at this point, 8th overall from a team standpoint, with the defense in that spot, what happens if you raise that up? What happens you raise a little bit of the pass blocking up, and then the top end of this team has that chance in my mind to just in general terms kind of raise on up with it. So just something that worth considering, I think, in this situation. And again, I don't know if there's many of these numbers outside of the only one that stands out to me that I'm left scratching my head at and looking at and going, I don't know if that quite fits to what I saw in the football field is the run blocking. Everything else feels about right. Charbonnet and Walker did what they could running the rock from the rushing standpoint to be ranked 10th. We spoke about the receivers and Geno and what he did, but it's pretty clear as to what you need to fix on this team as you look at just these. There's other things that certainly that draw the clarity in mind on it, but this certainly brings a lot of clarity right there with what you're getting it on that. For the season, on the year, I'll show you a little bit of the offense and defensive full chart here so you can kind of see it all. Again, you will have the scroller beneath you here once I take this off that will show these kind of same numbers along with the ranking of the player. But let's go through these a little bit where Kenneth Walker was your highest rated player with an 83.5 grade on the team. And this just adds a little bit more fuel to my fire when I tell you guys, and I'm not blowing smoke. I'm not blowing smoke up your tailpipe here, okay? He can be a 1,1600 yard back. He's got that in his abilities. There is just no doubt in my mind he can. If you can get that run blocking up, if you can get some more of these drives to get a little bit more consistently churning it out, hell, if you can get a defense that doesn't spend 3/4 of the game on the football field so the guy can't be on the field to run the rock, all these things will help him hugely to getting to that area of being able to really maximize this kid and especially maximize him while he is still on this rookie deal, hopefully for at least just the next 2 years minimum, because that's probably your ticking clock time as far as how long you're potentially going to be able to hold on to this kid. Maybe hopefully longer. I'm not looking to move on, but let's maximize him now. And the way to do that is, this is partly why I am so informed on saying, let's invest in the offensive line kind of as a first and foremost thing this offseason, rather than, well, we'll get to it as a priority 5 kind of thing. Instead going, no, let's jump on this with 2 feet and really make this a bit of a centerpiece on what we're looking to do. Make this an identity point for the team as we go forward. So Walker with a great year. Boy, my cat is like having a hard time. Okay. Geno Smith comes in at an 82.9 as the number 2 here for the Hawks, maybe surprising some out there who beat on Geno on just about a weekly basis on my stream at times. But shockingly, he comes out with an 82.9 and doing his job, doing his part. DK Metcalf, an 80 grade, another guy that sometimes gets some shade, but certainly came on strong through the course of this year, and I would say did his part. Tyler Lockett, all 4 of these guys. It's interesting here. Now, outside of Walker doesn't get much shade, but I will tell you, if I look at the guys offensively that I hear the most about, people complaining and telling me this or telling me that, or the value's not there, or something's wrong, or this or that, or this or that, it is these guys' names that seems to be at off the tips of their tongues. Geno, DK, Tyler, but yet you come to find that at least by PFF standards, they love what they've done. They love what they're bringing to the play. So kind of goes a little bit counter to sometimes some of the fan opinion I hear about these particular players, which at one point or another throughout the course of this year, I've been told Lockett's just old and done, and Metcalf's trash, and Geno sucks, and told it a lot. Jake Bobo rounded in there at number 5 on the receiver slot, 73.5 grade. Not bad for Mr. Bobo. Well done in his rookie year, as this is a guy who I believe does have a bright future here in Seattle. Do I know his role? Do I know where they're going to put him? No, I do not. But do I think they will find a role and he will find a way to be productive here? Yes, I do. Will Disley, how about that? Another one of the folks that gets taken out to the woodshed by fans at times. Can we cut this guy yet? What does he do here? What does he bring here? What does he supply? And I don't mean to sound too negative, and again, this ain't an end-all, be-all thing, but I oftentimes find myself supporting all of these guys at the top of this PFF list to a lot of people in my chat on a weekly basis, and that's without seeing these scores. That's without knowing what the end of the year scores were going to be for these guys, and saying if you really look at what they do out there when they're asked to do what they do, their job, they're doing a good part. They're helping the team win football games. And we have so many other parts on this team at times that aren't helping us win football games. It sometimes is weird to me that it's these guys' names that you'll often most, kind of hear about. We're paying Disley $10 million a year, and that's he's catching 2 this, and it's like, well, Titan's asked to do a lot of things, right? He doesn't just run routes and catch balls. That's certainly a big part of it, but there's other parts indeed, and what you ask him to do when Will Dissly to go out there and any responsibility, pass block, run block, whatever, he's going to tend to do at least a league average job at it, if not a better job at it. Pass blocker, that's not something to undertake, right? You need your chipper. You need your sixth offensive lineman. A guy like Zach Miller back in the day was this kind of guy for us that could be that guy in pass pro. That's what Dissly's been. That's why his pass protection grade is where it is when he helps out like that. As a run blocker, still remains one of the better run blocking tight ends in the league on what he brings from that side. So yes, pass catching matters. Pass catching is important, but also there are some other things that a tight end's being tasked to do. Charbonnet with a solid nearly 70 grade in his first season. Pretty good across the line there. Certainly love what he brought, much like with Walker. Get Walker help. You will also then get Charbonnet help, and then your run game will be much more productive. Charles Cross, a guy a lot of people thought had a bit of a down year this year in coming back. A lot of people saying, well, this is, he came back this year and it was actually a regression from Charles Cross. And he had some bad moments. He had some spots, I think, that really stand out in people's mind. But if you do take a look at the grade from last year with Cross and the grade this year at 67.6, you will come to find that he is a guy that actually had a little bit of an improvement here in his second year. Maybe it wasn't a huge monstrous step forward. And I have to wonder if maybe some of that is because he had the toe problem after the very first game of the season, and perhaps maybe that was affecting a little bit of that upward progression. But he still got a little bit better in this year. He was phenomenal as a pass blocker, as you see with his 90 grade. That's a part of what you knew you were getting in the door when you walked in. You knew the run blocking side of it was going to maybe be a bit of a work in progress as he came in, because he wasn't asked to do a lot of it in college. So not a shocker and a surprise there. And especially a guy that I think will be better in the run blocking game when you can ask him to do a little bit more of the mobile stuff. Many of you are flirting with Ben Johnson, and that's the video I'm working on right now for the channel as an upload, and loving what he brings. And I'll tell you, something that would really help Charles Cross that Ben Johnson brings is the pulling back of linemen across the formation. Ben's got this thing within his offense that's certainly an identity point and something that stands out, where the linemen are constantly pulling back across the formation. They're always flowing this way back, or they're flowing back over to this way post snap. He's just got a wall of offensive guys that he's bringing back around the other way all the time. And so a guy like Cross, or even Lucas for that matter, that can pull back across the formation like that post snap with relative ease. And Lucas did it all over his tape at WSU. They asked him to do it all the time out there. It stood out on his tape. So this is something that maybe helps out his game a little bit better in the run blocking element of things. Derek Young sample size, number of snaps was pretty solid in those sample size. DJ Dallas did fine. Jackson Smith, 63, right around league average in his rookie year. I expect him to continue to get better, and certainly got better as the year went along, right? It started out, I think, a little bit tough and rough for him, and then he was able to find his footing and just keep improving and improving and improving. Noah Fant, I think, had a little bit of a disappointing year from his standpoint here in a contractual year at 62.9. We had games where he would disappear. He didn't have a lot of games this year where he was as well rated by PFF as he was last year. He just, that disappearances in games kind of matched to some of those individual scores throughout the course of the season. But indeed, his grade where he was at, he wasn't bad. Certainly wasn't bad. And he had some bright moments this year. But you certainly think probably from his standpoint, he would have liked to have gotten that up a little bit higher here heading into this contract season. Drew Lock out there for 145 total snaps, pulled a 61.3 grade. That's pretty far off of where we've got Geno Smith. And the folks that are going to say that Drew Lock is better than Geno Smith, and another thing I get told a lot, is, again, you got to back something up with that. And to my eye test, when I watch Drew Lock go, he does not look as good as Geno. The coaching staff did not trust him as much as they trust Geno. He's got more of a prevalence of turning the ball over. Can these things improve with time? Can Drew Lock improve with time? Sure. But that doesn't make him right now then the better quarterback than Geno Smith. And the difference in their grades, albeit on 145 snaps versus Geno's culmination of a full season, it's certainly, taken into account, I guess. But at the same time, we've got a lot of this year where Geno Smith's playing through injury and still playing at a really, really, really high level. But the next guy up, Dwayne Eskridge, he played a total of 18 snaps. What are we going to say about this guy at this point? Let's drive down the list a little bit here. And we're going to get to some of the offensive linemen now. More of these guys. What has we got? Roderick. We got Roderick out there for a couple snaps. How about that? Okay. So as far as the offensive linemen go, first up here, you've got Damian Lewis, who stands out here, 59.6 grade. Not much like with Noah Fant, kind of a disappointing final year for him. neither good as a pass protector nor good as a run blocker. It's been one of the oddest things in the world for me to watch, as he's a little bit stronger as a pass protector this year than a run blocker. But it has been one of the odder things for me to see this year from this guy, in that he came in the league as a big mauling right guard who couldn't probably pass protect very well, but that was why he was a right guard, because he could then deal with the nose tackles. You flopped him over to left guard, and he's become now better as a run blocker and completely forgot how to, better as a pass blocker, and at times completely forgotten how to run block. I don't know how that switch caused that to happen, because now he's taken on 3 techs. He's taken on smaller ball players that he should have an easier time of sending off the line of scrimmage. I'm sure that's part of some of the thought in moving him over there, but that has not been the case. And these numbers between the run and this is actually worse numbers than last year, where he actually had a pretty respectable grade last year at like 71. So there's a bit of a dip in his performance this season as well. Stone Forsythe, 58.2. That's not going to light the world on fire, but this is a backup tackle. And I think to my eye test, especially in that game against the Steelers and Watt, he had a lot of games I think he did pretty good out there. You know, there was also some moments where he probably got exposed a little bit as not a starting tackle in this league. And I will say, right tackle is not really where I think his best position is at, because he's just not as, he is more of a pass protector than a run blocker. And that tends to be what you want to lean on the right side, is having more of the latter. But I thought he was serviceable and fine this year from what he brought to his end of it. Colby Parkinson, a dip from last year at 57.4. That certainly is. He had a much better grade last year. He just seemed to have just not as much, again, of locked in. Another guy, a free agent year, you think would be in a little bit better in their performance. Oluwatimi, Jason Peters, sample size guys here, but neither guy did a whole lot of much. 10 points, a little bit below league average in their performance. Lucas, struggling with that knee injury throughout the year. How much can we take away from his performance, given that he was probably banged up all year long? And then Phil Haynes down there at 52, not doing anything from the right guard position. Anthony Bradford had a game or two where he was really good, but then he had these really bad games on the other side of it. So not tough to see why your offense was where it was when you have an offensive line kind of that badly broken, underperforming, or just failing, as it was kind of there across the board as you look at where your ratings are at. And I think they're fair. I mean, this is what I saw to my eyes with this offensive line. In the run game, you could neither create holes nor could you stop early penetration. In pass protection, you couldn't handle the blitz and you couldn't handle the 4-man fronts. It was a bit of the both. So this does match to my eyes on those type of things. Let's flip it on over here and take a look at the defensive side of the ball. And the first guy here that we're going to take a look at on this list here, if I can bring it down. Is Devin Witherspoon. You're a lone player on the PFF's All-Pro PFF team. He was a second-team All-Pro member of that team with an 84.1 grade, and hopefully a guy that should be the Defensive Rookie of the Year, in my opinion. He was able to get it done as a pass rusher and absolutely in coverage. The tackling scores went down a little bit as the year wore on, probably hitting a little bit of that rookie wall, get a little tired, having some injuries pile up perhaps. Certainly with the hip pointer at the end, that was going to be the case. But he was a guy that played with a fire and juice throughout the course of this year. Every single game he popped and showed up. No doubt about it, this grade does completely track. Bobby Wagner, coming off a grade of a 90 with the Rams last year, came out this year and ran 1,170 defensive snaps. That's a lot. That's a lot of football in that old body. And still he came out of it with an 82.4 grade, 60 in coverage grade, not as fast as he once was, got targeted by teams, also got targeted by teams this year, did Bobby, in moments of where they're targeting Bobby, but they're also targeting our coverage, meaning any middle linebacker that was back there was going to be put into the same kind of a pickle. We're dropping these middle linebackers back, and then a receiver runs a crosser, and then it's up to our middle linebackers to pick that receiver up in the crosser and try to run step for step with a guy that's, much, much faster than they are, age or not. There's not a lot of middle linebackers running with wide receivers. And the spot drop nature of the Hawks linebackers, the way they would do that, dropping in the middle of that field, and then leave that cushion over there where they got to catch up to get back over to that cushion. I saw Bobby at times put in that really hard position, and Cody Barton was put in that hard position last year. Jordan Brooks has been put in that hard position at times. All of them at times have failed. Some of those guys I think Bobby's better in coverage than both of those two guys, but just naturally. But it's a bit of that as well that contributes to that not good coverage score from Bobby this past year. Still as a run defender, though, he was absolutely top notch. still as sure a tackler as ever with his 90 tackling grade. Very good year from Bobby Wagner. Guy that had a bit of a quietly good year overall, and looking at the bottom line of him, was Michael Jackson. 77. Here's one of the few guys in a free agent year here that we've seen so far that's actually, probably maybe made himself a little bit of money on the back of this performance here at the end. The guy started a lot of games here for Seattle. But 77 grade, you brought him in to hopefully give you a little bit better tackling than what you were getting from Tariq Woolen and Trey Brown at times. He did okay in that. He was a pretty solid tackler. He certainly plays with a lot more physicality when taking on blocks from receivers and throwing them away and whatnot. The coverage grade was great as well, 76.9, which I think is maybe the best coverage grade that he's had in his career here since he came to Seattle. Leonard Williams was everything that we thought he was going to be, and this one's going to be an interesting one. I don't know where the story of Leonard Williams is going to end. If they're going to, I imagine they're going to try to re-sign him. I imagine Snyder's going to make that a very, very, very big priority, and he's well worth the money, and I do hope the Hawks do sign him. I do maintain that it's, from day one I said this was a good trade, I still maintain it was a good trade, because it's hard to find these kind of talented defensive tackle players. You can roll the dice and gamble in this next draft that you're going to find one. Maybe you will, maybe you won't. Probably not likely going to be one in free agency who's going to bring the same kind of impact that Leonard Williams could bring. Not to my eyes, because so many of these guys are retained so hard by their original teams. They don't want to let them go. Vita Vea didn't leave Tampa Bay. Jeffrey Simmons didn't leave Titans. Lawrence didn't leave the Giants. They moved on from Williams, but they didn't let their Lawrence go. LaRon Payne, Jonathan Allen, Quinnen Williams with the Jets, Ed Oliver with the Buffalo Bills. I can give you a laundry list of these guys that have all been re-signed, kept by the original teams. It's hard to find them, and it's hard to get them out there on the open market. The Hawks did so. He came here and provided exactly what you would hope he would provide. 76.9 overall grade. He was good as a pass rusher. He was good as a run defender. Maybe you'll knock him a little bit on the tackling stuff. I think some of that comes down to the fatigue aspect, because when the moment he walked in here, you're basically asking him to play a ton of snaps. And remember, with Leonard Williams, he was not a guy that got an actual bye week this year. He had to play in 18 football games, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So I know they have 10 games played here with us, but he had 8 games played with the Giants. So one extra game in that body. He still did exactly what he was supposed to do walking in the door here. I didn't expect we were going to get Aaron Donald 90 score, but you were going to get the 10 to 15 less points per position on the overall rating. And if you listen to me at the time, I said, that's what it's going to give you. It'll give you like a 75 to 80 PFF score, and you'll feel that impact on the field. You'll feel that impact in what he's bringing versus what we're bringing here so far here, what we're already trotting out there. And that's what he did bring. I think he'll be retained. If he is retained, then then I think it is a successful trade, because I don't think you're going to find that impactful of a defensive tackle in the trenches of the second round this upcoming draft. Looking further down the list here, Boye Mafe had his breakout year this year. He really came to play as a pass rusher and really drove forward. I will say there was a bit of a dip in his run defense and tackling as the year went along. Maybe some of this is a little bit like Leonard Williams and wearing down. He was the one real edge out there that after Uchenna Nwosu went down, that was your real two-way guy. You can play the run, you can play the pass, versus Darrell Taylor that you were trying to protect, and Frank Clark, who wasn't getting it done. And it just wasn't happening out there at the other edge position throughout the season, whoever you trotted out there. So Mafe probably ended up having to play quite a bit of snaps at 800 snaps. That is a lot, but still came out with a 73.9 grade and still with a lot of upside and potential on him. I think especially if we can get ourselves a rotation of pass rushers to actually keep these guys fresh. Radigan played himself 21 snaps, not very significant there. Uchenna Nwosu had a pretty good impact when he was in for his 283 snaps before he was lost for the season at around 68.5 overall grade. I think Mario Edwards gave you some great bang for your buck this offseason. You signed him for kind of pennies on the dollar, and then he came in here now and gave you a pretty fair, a little bit above average season for those 393 snaps that you asked him to play. So Mario Edwards coming in, doing a bit of his part. Maybe more of a pass rusher than what he gave you in the run defense, which is a little bit of more of what maybe you were needing from him. Give us a little bit more of that, Mario. That'd be helpful. But nonetheless, he definitely gave you something as a pass rusher. Tariq Woolen beat on quite a bit here a little bit, but maybe doesn't need to be necessarily so, as he had an okay year. The tackling has got to come up. We all know what part of his game's got to improve, right? It's very easy to see. Playing the run, getting off blocks, tackling, being committed to tackling, using the proper tackling technique. These are all things that Woolen needs to employ. But he is still gave you an overall good year, better than average season from the quarterback position. His coverage numbers at 75 remain great. He remains awesome in man coverage situations. We just got to get the tackling cleaned up. And we'll see what it'll be interesting to see how the next coach approaches Tariq Woolen and his outlook of him and what he wants to do with him. Artie Burns came in and was serviceable as your kind of fifth cornerback on this team with a 66.5 grade playing out of the slot. Miles Adams, I think you had hoped was going to maybe come a little bit more forward if you gave him a little bit more snaps. And the fact that he didn't come forward, I think, restricted a bit of his snap count throughout the year. A little bit below average on his point. Mike Morris played sample size. Trey Brown was really, really coming on this year through the first part of the year. I mean, he was looking really good. He had the Detroit moments where he got the sack blitz, came back, pick 6 on the next play. He had the play down in Cincinnati where he knocked the ball away down there at the end of that game, preserving a chance for the offense to then drive up the football field. He had a couple of really standout moments and standout games this season, but unfortunately, the overall reflective grade of Trey Brown's just a little bit below average as far as at the 62.8 spot of things. Another guy like Tariq that there's a little bit of the issue in the tackling aspect of things. Plays the run a little bit better. That's just more when you see the run defending grade on a corner. That's a little bit of how they're getting off the blocks, what they're doing as far as their reads go on the given play versus just making the pure tackle where you see the struggle across the board here throughout this team on that side of it. And again, a bit of a part of it, I think, on all of them is that's where the fatigue part will set in on these teams that were just living on the football field this past year. Draymond Jones was your big free agent signing this offseason. I believe, $18.5 million on a 3-year deal. And he came in with a 61.7 grade. I think what stands out here when you look at him is that there were so many snaps that he played off the edge. Hard to determine the year he had, where I think a lot of it was him doing sort of the hard hat work of let's take the big guy, bounce him outside, because we have this edge defender in Darrell Taylor that can't play the run at all, can't set the edge at all. And this bigger guy will absolutely, very bare minimum, at least be able to set the edge against that tackle. I think that's a little bit of the thinking that went into play here with putting Draymond out on the edge so often, but then you not only kind of burned him out on the snap count as well, like you did everybody else, but then you also maybe got a less overall effective player. It gave you a fix for the defense, but gave you overall a less effective Draymond Jones at that point and being able to really take advantage of his ability to create havoc from the inside, not necessarily from the outside. Going further down this list, most of these guys here are going to be somewhat sample size with a couple of exceptions. Cameron Young, your rookie, who I said coming out, I don't know if I see a lot of what it is here that drew them to him in the 4th round. Came out with a 58.8 grade. He did have some moments where he was good, and I think even the final game of the year was his best game of the season. I think 6 tackles. He knocked down a ball at the line of scrimmage. So maybe he's a guy who will come along and be better here in year 2 where there is some upside there with him, but he was where he kind of was throughout the year. Him and your Miles Adams types, and especially Mario Edwards, when you consider what he did in the run as a not great in the run defending game. This is where you're failing in the run defense, especially up front, comes from. These are the guys that you can kind of start to target. Go, well, here's your issue areas. Jordan Brooks. A lot of people told me throughout the year that Jordan Brooks was having a better year than Bobby Wagner. Please tell me how that made any sense. 57.3 overall grade. Continues to not be particularly good in coverage, though I think his coverage numbers this year were a little bit better as he was up. That coverage grade for him is sensational, 59.9. He's been living in the 40s throughout his career. So the fact that he got into that spot was pretty impressive. The tackling numbers on Jordan Brooks was down. Obviously, he was sensational. That 85 grade as a pass rusher stands out where, yeah, that's legit. He was awesome as a pass rusher, no doubt about that. But the tackling numbers for a middle linebacker at 40.9 are not great. And you can see that even Devin Bush by, let's say, 0.2 points outperformed Jordan Brooks. And none of us loved Devin Bush's game this past year. None of us looked at Devin Bush and went, wow, he had a really good year, or wow, he was really on the rise this year. So when we do look at Jordan, I know he gets a lot of favorable looks from Hawks fans. I know many are going to say, well, he was injured this year. That's why he was injured this year. But this is a performance that's built on 4 years of being here in Seattle and what we've seen during that time. And maybe the tackling on a yearly basis would be a little bit better. Maybe his run defense grades on a yearly basis would be a little bit better. But he still does remain a guy at the middle linebacker position that in the overall of what he brings, the bottom line in what he brings is a little bit of a below average player to the middle linebacker position. Do you want to spend $10 million a year for that? My perspective, I just go, no, I don't. I don't really want to do that. Quandre Diggs, 55 grade, coming off, I think, a 70 grade even last year. So he had a very big dip in his performance as he gets older. I would be very surprised at this point if either him or Jamal Adams, the man right beneath him at 54.9, are on the Seattle Seahawks roster when we turn over to the next football season. I think with both of these two guys, this season's going to stand out in general manager John Schneider's mind in a large degree. I don't think that either of them are going to be guys that the next new head coach is going to necessarily want to handpick as the next guys that they want to keep here. And especially with the cumulative money that you can save from these two guys, they're giving you 10 points below league average play. And, you can save $26 million collectively off next year's cap if you move on from them. Can you go out there and get league average play on a vet minimum deal, better play essentially overall than what they're giving you, and take that money and put it in other places? I mean, it would be a theory and thought that would be in my mind, and I would expect it to be in John Schneider's mind as well. Darrell Taylor has continued to fail to take steps forward on the football field to my eyes. He continues to fail to take steps forward in PFF's eyes either. 50 overall grade, and what's really disconcerting here with him on his overall grade, you can't say like with Boye Mafe, you played 800 snaps. You played 500 snaps. They tried to give you your time and moments to have your share of catching your breath, making sure you go whole hog when you're out there. The pass rush grade goes down. Last year, he was your most effective. He was your most efficient, not effective, but your most efficient pass rusher last year. I believe with what it was 71 pass rush grade. This year, he falls all the way down to 49, and this is on a season where you give him the most reps, the most snaps on the football field that he's ever had. It's a very, 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 very unfortunate year here for Darrell Taylor, as you really were looking for him to be one of the elements on this pass rush that you could rotate through. He just was not able to bring it. And that's along with still being a very big negative as a run defender. You see 45.2 run defense grade, 44.9 as a tackler. He can neither get off blocks, nor can he tackle. And now he's becoming less effective as a pass rusher, less efficient as a pass rusher. I'm not really sure where his future is going to lie here with Seattle when these are kind of his baselines. Derek Hall, you hoped was going to give you a little bit of a better year there at 30, your 33rd ranked defensive player here of these guys, 44.4. A little bit as a pass rusher, 63.5, but not much to anything as a run defender. Tough. There's some big moments with him as a tackler, sliding off guys. He's such a big guy. You'd think tackling would be a little bit easier than it looks for him. He's got long arms, but he just can't bring guys down to the ground at times, flat out. Hopefully he can improve in the next year. Boye Mafe's grade was not this low in his first year. So it is a bit eye-opening that he was kind of down this low on that side of things. Frank Clark, you can see why the team ended up releasing him with the snaps that they tried to give him at 142 snaps. He just had nothing to bring to the table anymore. His time is done. The safety experiment of Kobe Bryant is hopefully over at this point. Can we just move this man back to outside corner? Can we please do that? It just doesn't, the safety experiment never made any sense. Didn't make any sense when you tried him out in the preseason. Didn't make any sense when you tried him out there in the regular season. This is hopefully one of those great experiments, much like investing $50 million into the safety position, that we do away with now on into the future, that we look to go maybe a different direction with as we head on down the line. So those are your PFF grades here for your Seattle Seahawks this past season, offensively and defensively, what they did do. I guess we might as well look at the special teams really quick, right? Got to include the special teams. Can't leave the special teams unit out. So from a special teams standpoint, you got the coverage numbers here mainly from some of these guys. Julian Love did a great job down on coverage. Derek Reed was second in the league on special teams tackles before he went down for a season-ending injury. Kind of look through and see the rest of these guys that just kind of general guys on this. Jason Myers stands out with him. He's 67.9 overall. I guess what do they do on this? They call it just special teams grade. And then you got kickoff, punt, and field goal is the final part. That's where they're going to probably ding Jason just a little bit. Where they do 66.9. So they had him around league average as his overall grade. And where is looking for Dixon? Where's Dixon? Can't find Dixon. Well, I'll tell you what Dixon was here. I got the numbers here on this side of it. So Michael Dixon ended out being He had an 80 overall grade as the punter for your Seahawks, and that was 4th in the NFL amongst all punters, according to PFF. So Dixon had a pretty outstanding grade. Technically, Myers was at 22nd, on his ranking, so I was a little bit off on that one. But those are your grades. Let's see what you guys think. I know you guys are going to want to talk a little bit here today about some coaches, so we're going to be doing a little bit of that. Again, and just be doing more of these kind of shows where I'm popping in maybe a little bit quicker as kind of in and outs, but we're going to be peppering in some more shows. I'm playing with the notion if you guys want to maybe check out or do kind of a watch-along deal this weekend with one of the playoff games. Could be interesting, maybe checking out one of these games that might have one of our presumptive coaches out there doing what they're doing. Might be worth the while, maybe. Hope you guys are having a great night. Do me a favor, please, and do hit that like button if you could for me, please. I would appreciate it. But let's go. DRG, let's go, man. Megan, it's good to see you. Is watching the test cricket. Haven't quite did. Talk soon. Sounds good, Megan. Kelly says, hey, B, any interest on Todd Monken? I think Ravens offensive coordinator, I believe. I would have some. Some of what I look at with the Ravens a bit, Kelly, is I say this is a little bit of Lamar Jackson taking a bit of the onus more than it is the brilliance of the coordinating. And what I mean by that is that Jackson's committed himself to getting better at playing on time in script, going through a process. Now, a lot of that's certainly Monken's influence, and I don't want to toss that out. He will be a guy I do take a little bit of a closer look at, who I've not as much necessarily done on this one, Kelly, quite yet the deep dive. I looked at a little bit of other candidates, and I just don't know if he's even on their watch point necessarily. But he's a guy that's going to be interviewed by probably a few teams this offseason, and it is mighty impressive with what he's done with Lamar to turn him into this, true quarterback now. Not a running back playing the position, but a true quarterback, and getting him in the place where he's in that perfect position between how he uses his legs to how he uses the pass. And he's created a pretty tough offense to deal with, very well-balanced offense that can attack you at all levels. It's not as much, of course, built on really many 9 routes or hitting you deep. They're more going to just try to get you those different level route combinations and stuff like that. But he's good. He's good. I'll try to do a little bit more of a deeper look on him, Kelly, but no, he's a possibility. And certainly it sounds like John's going to turn over every single stone out there. Few more Seahawks, it looks like Abe Lucas is getting surgery. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. That's what should happen at this point. He just needs to get it corrected. Just get it fixed. Ran the Cut, how you doing? It's good to see you. AI, what's up, what's up? Feast the Mac. I think Dan Quinn might stay as the DC still. It's a possibility. It's a possibility. I think it's a really highly unpredictable point right now on any of the coaching searches. And what stands out is that the NFL has taken a lot of steps to slow this process down for everybody across the board. So with that, that means that there's going to be a very careful stepping of all these NFL teams John Schneider talked about a couple of days ago of staying within the parameters of the rules. We've had a lot of owners and a lot of these hires that have been these, sideways around hires to get around the Rooney rule and to not do things exactly correctly. And they just I got my guy, I want my guy. And that's not what the NFL wants here. So you're going to get a little bit of a slow process on this one, I think. But Dan Quinn might go back to Atlanta. Everything is in play on that with Dan on this one. Hell, McCarthy might be fired and they might elevate Dan Quinn. I mean, it might be a way it goes as well. You never know. So it's everything right now is a little bit, to me, uncertain as it stands. Ran the Cut, Vrabel's grown on me too. He's a guy that you think, the more you think about the job he did there and what he pulled off with Tennessee and the type of coach he is and how he's wired, he's a guy that I kind of go, I mean, I wouldn't, on the surface of it, I was like, no, but then I was kind of like, well, but I mean, Felice says Mike Vrabel's my second favorite candidate. Yeah, I think he would be he'd be my top 3 or 4. And Megan, Ben Johnson, I'm working on the video right now, the Ben Johnson video. Hopefully I'll get that out tomorrow at some point. But Ben Johnson's been looking really good and doing the research on him and his background and his influences. And I mean, the man goes from Chip Kelly to Mike Martz on his influences. It's pretty amazing. And so I'm working on that right now. I got the thumbnail put up. You're gonna love the thumbnail. I got him as Voldemort on the thumbnail, but he's a great candidate. He really is. And McDonald's definitely my top 4 as well, Nicholas. Good to hear that they are interviewing. I like him a lot as well. Johnson's good though. His run game's great. How that operates, he'll use everything. He's not rigid to one scheme or one system, I should say. He'll try to make it all kind of go and work. Boy, hand grenade says Brendan is on Mike Vrabel if Arthur Smith is the head coach, offensive coordinator. Like I say, I'm warming to the possibility on that stuff too. I wasn't even anti-Vrabel out the gate. I've been pretty kind of like okay with the process of them potentially going that way because he is a guy that's he does check that box of, like I've said at the forefront of this, of trying to, as much as we can, lean back on history on what's provided us successful coaching hires, and he checks that box. I think that the fact that he did play in the NFL and he is a former player helps in his ability to get his message across and get guys motivated. Where, with some coaches, I think that can be a bit of a trouble. You bring Arthur Smith, who brings one of the most creative ground and pound rushing attacks you will see in the NFL into play as well. In that, with the 2 backs we have set up, with a little bit more of an investment in the offensive line, you could see how that all works. You could see how that could find success. And I think you put Vrabel with a guy like Geno Smith first playing with Tannehill. I think he'd love Geno. Love Geno. David says we need our own Shanahan, McVay in the future. That's where we come to Ben Johnson, man. Ben Johnson is your McVay. I mean, these guys literally had a 3-day summit last year in June where they basically mind melded. They did the whole Spock technique mind meld, and just trying to make themselves even more lethal. I mean, he is studied at the foot of just about everybody, and he brings a wide-ranging background, but his offense is going to attack. It's a different offense than McVay. It's got some McVay influences within it, but as I say, he takes a little bit from everybody. He takes a bit of everybody. That's why if you take that wide range of a Chip Kelly to a Mike Martz, Chip Kelly being your, speed it up, dink and dunk, bubble screens, get the ball, space and pace. Whereas then with Mike Martz, of course, you're getting the, let's hit the intermediate deep stuff all day long. 7-step drops. And so he'll give you it all into the book. He checks, you're looking for basically a clone or the equivalent right now of McVay, then it's Ben Johnson. Brian says Falcons are going to hire Belichick. I could see it. I can totally see it. Falcons hire Belichick, sign Russell Wilson. The world loses its mind. D-Dugget, Brando, good evening. Love the content. Settling in to be a true Hawks fan for the long run, win or lose. I love to hear it, D-Dugget. I love to hear it, man. We'll see where this goes. David says all these old defensive-minded head coaches could be defensive coordinators. They shouldn't be head coaches no more. I'm not spamming. I'm making different arguments for my choice. Okay, just making sure. And I don't mind that as long as we're getting the different information in there. And I'm leaning away from the defensive-minded head coach as well. So it was good to hear that Schneider referenced that in his press conference, as it's something that you just can't ignore the data on this. You can't just say, well, I like defense. Like, well, the data is telling you it's harder to do this, and the rules are not going to start to shift to the defensive side of the ball in the future as well if we're looking for where this is trending. And it was great to hear, David, as I say, I don't think it's any small thing that John Schneider references that offensive side of the ball in his press conference this past week. I think that's a little bit of I don't think that's him telling us anything, but certainly an indication that there's a general maybe lean to the offensive side of the ball. Nicholas Newton, we don't got no chance at Jaden Daniels. Yeah, but that dream's not going to happen. David says you could say Pete was good for Geno and Russell and made them better, but we need even more emphasis on an offensive-minded head coach. Yeah, I think Pete was even though he's a defensive-minded coach, he had a lot of parts that he did help quarterbacks in, certainly in when it comes to, I think, psychology-wise, especially getting them in the right headspace to be awesome. Brian Myers, Dallas Turner, or Chop Robinson would be outstanding. Brian going back to the edge, huh? Back to the edge. Whew. That's a lot of edge. Very close, both those two guys on my big board, Brian. I do have both, I believe, in the first round. Neither is a blue chip prospect, in my opinion. Last year's cat was better out there at Alabama than Dallas, but Dallas is still really good. Chops a little bit reminiscent to me of the kid the Jets drafted in the first round last year, where he's just, you can see the athleticism and the bounce and the explosiveness. He just needs to get a lot of tutelage on hand usage and coming up with a plan of attack. So I think he's going to be a ways to go. If you do draft Chop, I think you might be looking kind of a year before you really do get like pass rush productivity coming out of him, because he's got a bit of a ways to go. Now the physical potential is not, I wouldn't deny that, Brian. It's there. That's why I've got him as a first round talent. But I do wonder with that if he might take a little bit of time. Dixon is the GOAT, feed me. Herbicide, Maffa and Chenna will be great. Hall should make the second year jump, and I'm still dying to see Levi Bell out more. Good points. Yeah, I might chill a little bit on that. I don't know if I'd go back to the first round edges in this draft. I'd be much more drawn to let's go get a lineman. But maybe if they love him, if they think Chop's going to be amazing, maybe that's hard for them to do. Big Country, how you doing? Or besides, his Mafe didn't do that much in his first year either. Yeah, I am still hopeful for Derek Hall in the future, but I will say that Mafe was a lot better, just at least brought some run defense in that first year, where he was really, really an upper level run defender year one. And that's where Derek Hall didn't give you much as far as a Benny in that first year to kind of lean on and go, okay, he can build off of this, so to speak. Spaces, the top 5 offensive lines are as follows: Eagles, Browns, KC, Ravens, and Lions. There it is. Makes sense, too. Those certainly feel like the best. Fleece says, I hope we sign Noah Fant. I think he'll be a pretty good tight end. You never know. They may just. I do see a connection, Space. You get to winning football on the back of a great offensive line. I don't think it's complicated. That's why I push so hard for it. What was that? What's going on there? Kitty, you're just too much. Hold on, I gotta fix something here. What the hell's going on here? Maybe you're right. I don't know why it's saying that Seahawks thing. Maybe I'm just at the end of my... I don't know. It's being weird. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Brando, what is the Orange Cat's favorite Clint Eastwood movie? My gut tells me for a few dollars more. Do you like a few dollars more? Okay. How about The Outlaw Josie Wales? Unforgiven. Joe Kidd. The Good, the Bad, the Ugly. Got a lick. Hold on. You gotta get the lick out. The Good, the Bad, the Ugly. She said, yeah, that one. I speak cat, Garth. So she's The Good, the Bad, the Ugly. Yeah. Okay. It's a good choice. I think that's my favorite too. A lot of people like Josie Wales though. Okay. We're going to go with The Good, the Bad, the Ugly, Garth. Not a few dollars more? You said no. Thank you, though, Garth. I appreciate the donation. Don Mata, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest, and thank you for that. We'll be doing a Thursday member show tomorrow. Got something lined up for y'all, so keep an eye out for that. And Myers, hopefully the knee surgery helps him get right in time. That it totally does correct this at this point. Because, boy, he's got a lot of natural talent. And you'd love to be able to still tap into that. Lee says, Lucas should have never been playing this season. Pete Carroll was bad coach for rushing Lucas in. Yeah, it kind of felt like they should have just shut him down, that it was something that was going to require surgery. I mean, none of us even looked at the knee, but we're all kind of going, this knee kind of feels like that's what this is going to take. I hope he doesn't get knee replacement, holy hand grenade. He'll be done as a player if that was the case. Greg Kemp says, laughing out loud, PFF ranking Lockett as a better run blocker than DK. Yeah, that is pretty hilarious. Where do they have him at? Yeah, that's hilarious. I don't know why they got DK so low. 53.3. It's like, oof. They definitely don't like DK as a run blocker, I guess. Gunther Ziggin says, hey B, I don't get to catch the shows live very often, but I love listening to the show afterwards. I wish I could support more, but the money is tight. Keep killing it. Oh, brother, it's all good, man. You're listening in, hitting the like button, subscribed up. You're doing right by me. That's all I asked for. And, it's times are tough for a lot of folks. So it's, I get it. These are, inflation is through the roof. Everything, bread costs $15 a loaf. Eggs cost $20. I get it. But no, I appreciate you watching. I'm glad you can have a chance to catch out the live here. I am going to try to do more live. So the point on these are going to be, I know we got the marathon pace ones that we do oftentimes a lot. I am trying to get more of the uploads done offline, more of the shorter content stuff. And then also I'm going to try to get more overall shows. We'll still do the marathon, of course, day of free agency or signing day or whatever it is. And then we'll do, of course, 3 days of the draft and all that stuff. But we'll be doing a little bit more of these, kind of trying to keep the shows just a little bit tighter and in form, fat, bang, 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 to attempt to get more out and then have more opportunity for you folks that sometimes miss the show live or able to maybe then tune in. Alberta and Stella says, Lucas is too young for knee replacement. Well, thank goodness. Bases, we're not bad. We're not good either. Sorry for the Debbie Downer. No, that's where we're at. We got to be honest with where we're currently sitting in space. I think there's reason to have upside here and be optimistic, but there's also understanding of where you've got work to do. There is ground to tread. Garth says, Jamal needs to come back. We haven't scratched the surface of his potential. You worry, though, a little bit, Garth, that maybe he's not able to ever get back to that full health. That's my concern right now. If I knew, Garth, that Jamal was coming back full health and I could get the version of Jamal he was prior to all the injuries, I'd be down for that, especially with a new coach who would better probably maximize him. But that would be my thing, is I'd need to talk with the medical staff and say, where is he exactly at with this? Where is he truly? Is he going to get back to that spot, or is he kind of where he is? Fleece the Mac, Evan Brown didn't impress me much this season in the overall tone either. There wasn't a lot he brought to the table. Of course, his overall rank was indicative of this. I think what did he rank out at? 55.5 overall grade for Evan Brown, 30th in the NFL. That's that's not going to get it done. Not going to get it done. Strange, too, that they didn't go to Oluwatimi at one point or another. They just kept going to him like, this is a great answer. Or that we need to draft a tackle and a guard this year. Good ones. Amen. The bonus point of going if you do take the direction of my trio. I got a trio in this draft. Cooper Bebe, Graham Barton, Troy Fontanu. All three of those guys have tackle experience. All three of those guys projected a guard at the next level. 2 birds, 1 stone with those kind of picks. And you improve the interior of your line. Your guard gets massively upgraded at that point. I think it'd be a great way to go. Even trade back a bit and then just kind of flush it back, take it back at the end of the first round if you really wanted to. Hans says, I don't get why a fan can ask for cutting players when you save less than what you are paying them. Cut Diggs to save $6 million, then give him $20 million to not play for us. I think, Hans, you got your math a little bit confused on that, brother. But let's go ahead and disconfuse you or unconfuse you on this math. So let me go to the site Sports Track here, Hans, which of course tracks the current portion of your team salary year to year, right? I don't know if, Hans, maybe you're looking at currently right now this year, which is what's confusing you with it. But go to the year of 2024 here. Are we on the right year? Yeah, I'm on the right year. Okay. So let me show you what I'll show you my overlay here, Hans. So here's my overlay. And we have currently right now, as you see, Quandre Diggs right here at the fifth guy down here. He's currently got a cap hit of $21 million. He carries a $10 million cap hit as it currently stands, or dead cap hit is what it's called. So what you do with that is you take his cap hit and you minus off the dead money hit, and that gives you, Hans, the total money that you save. So you save $11 million by moving off of Diggs, meaning I do pay Diggs $10 million. It's $10 million in my books for him not to pay, but I'm cumulatively saving money by moving off of the player. So Hans, when I came up to my math of $26 million, we take the $11 million here of Quandre Diggs that you save by releasing him. You make Jamal Adams a post-June 1st designation, which means you split the dead money up into 2 years. So that means that your total dead money between the two players is $20 million for this season, for this year's cap, but then that your savings is going to be the $11 million you save there plus the $16 million you save on, it's actually $27 million in total savings. So Hans, it's important to consider this stuff because right now you have basically negative money in functional cap space. You technically right now have $2 million of cap space, but you also need to have about $7 million set aside in order to go draft guys in the NFL draft. And it's going to cost you about $8 or $9 million on your cap on a given year to bring those guys in. And then you're also going to need about a $6 or $7 million minimum reserve fee for when you go into the year for if you have injuries and got to sign guys off the street. So we have to create cap space from somewhere. There's no way to walk through this and just be like, we'll keep Jamal, we'll keep Quandre, we'll keep this guy. You're not going to be able to do it. It's mathematically impossible. Somebody is going to have to go, and they're not just going to rework contracts to make this kind of happen. I don't tend to make these bold statements unless I'm pretty sure, Ans, that they're going down the line. But I'm not sure where you got the math for on we're paying him $20 million because that doesn't add up. He's going into the final year of his deal as Quandre. Budo Smoka, I think PFF is a flawed rating system. I guess this is where the controversy comes into from my perspective on it, Budo, is that there's some that say it's flawed and then there's some that say it's imperfect. And, maybe the answer lies somewhere in between those two outlooks on it. I don't know. From my standpoint, I lean on PFF, but as a tool. It's not meant to be an end all be all, but it's meant to be a tool. And if it's one that, as a general fan, you may believe it's a flawed rating system, or this thing sucks, or it doesn't have any value. I was listening to JJ Watt go on a bit of an unhinged rant on it today on the McAfee show. You can think that way, but then why are every NFL team utilizing the system? That's where it doesn't track up and add up to me when the fans tell me that it doesn't have the value to it, or that it is, like I said, it's imperfect. It's still a refined process, but let's also keep in mind, it's really only been around for like 12 years, right? So it's still going through the process of getting better and better, and it will get better and better with time. And I just think that some of the revulsion at times to the analytics when in football, I don't get when you see how thoroughly analytics has taken over baseball and basketball. How is football going to somehow be this sport that's able to escape that, not feeling that effect? I don't know. I think it will absolutely, and it's only going to get more entrenched. But the fact that 32 NFL teams utilize PFF should be pretty telling, even if you're kind of anti-PFF a little bit, but that there is some value here to be had, that there's some benefit to paying attention to this information versus just throwing it all into the trash and saying it's flawed and it doesn't have any place. And it certainly is imperfect. It certainly is not something to be taken as a Bible, but I also think it's got value to be had. As I like to say with this, none of us are individually looking at every one of these individual players trying to determine on every individual play what they're trying to do and whether or not they got their job done. We watch the game overall. We've got a general feeling about an individual guys, but they're certainly taking those steps that even I myself am not taking. So I think there's a little bit there to be had as far as value goes, but I understand it's a controversial subject. Gar says it'd be amazing if we cut Draymond Jones after giving Jamal Adams 3 seasons to qualify for the Special Olympics. Yeah, I don't think that we cut Draymond Jones. You could do it. There's a pathway to doing it, but I don't think that, especially with considering how they had to move him out to edge through a lot of the year, that they're going to look at him this last year and be like, oh, that was a complete failure signing. And they're going to look at it like we should have addressed our defensive line more thoroughly prior to the year. So we didn't have to put our defensive tackle in a position of having to play edge through the back half of the schedule. The country says, my condolences for Clark with that 38.8 grade. Yeah, Frank Zidensky. He's reached the end of the line. I'm seeing a lot of shade for the PFF. Okay. Fair enough. I'll just say from my perspective, I find it of value. So if you guys don't out there, I get it, but it's just something from my perspective I do think. And again, I don't quite understand some of the comments I read on it here within the chat in the respect of why are these other teams using it? If it has no effect or benefit, why are they? I don't know. This is another one of those ones that I just don't quite get. There's being such I think people want it to be a perfect graded system. And if it's not perfect, then it sucks. Throw it all away. I don't get that. Hans, cutting Diggs and Adams saves you 16.5 with 30 million. Man, Hans, I just walked you through, bro. I just walked through slowly with you and showed you exactly how this works. Jamal Adams is a post-June 1st designation. Okay? So look at the board that I'm presenting right now. Jamal Adams costs you in cap hit money $26.9 million. He carries a $20 million cap hit. Hans, you make him a post-June 1st designation. You split the $20 million up into 2 seasons. Cost $10 million of dead money this year, $10 million of money dead money next year. Okay? Quandre Diggs is on the final year of his contract. You can't post-June 1st designate him because there isn't multiple years on his contract to do that. So again, the numbers here are looking you right in the face here. I don't. Sometimes the debates I get in, I don't understand. I'm literally showing you, man. Look right here. Quandre Diggs, right here. Ay. Let's get through some questions here. Primo, I like Mike McDonald's energy. Always fired. He's my top 3. Always fired up in the top 3. Mike McDonald's my top 4 Primo. I like him a lot. I love him. Love him. Him and Ben Johnson are the 2 young guns that I would definitely try to concentrate in on. Holy Iron Grenade B, what about instead of looking just at OCs and DCs for head coach candidates, you look who is under like Ben Johnson's assistant, for example? Boy, that's going to me, it'd be going a little bit too far a little bit with that, because even with a guy like Ben Johnson or McDonald, you're getting a guy that still is guys that are still just relatively new coordinators. They don't have 5, 6, 7 years of coordinating success and track record you're going upon. So if you're going underneath to their further to their assistants, you're going to even more, I think, untested waters. And of course, with me, Holy Hand Grenade, when I've wanted to go and get the new head coach, I've wanted to go get the guy that's more a representation of where we've had success in the past in hiring head coaches. Not going for the guy that's just completely green and wet behind the ears and all of that, going for a bit of more of the guy that's got a bit of that track record. And I'm already a little bit worried with Johnson and McDonald in that they don't have a little bit of that going for him on it. I'd be certainly even more concerned if you were doing that on a deeper level at the assistants, Paul says this draft is skill position heavy. We may not find a single lineman that can start day 1. A single lineman? Uh, I don't know if, Paul, you mean just the defensive side of the ball you're saying that? But you're saying skill position, so it seems like you're leading to offensive side of the ball. I mean, there's going to be a variety of tackles taken. I mean, a variety of guys taken even in the top 15 picks. Fashanu with Penn State, J.C. Latham, Joe Alt. I think there's a good chance Cooper Bebe gets up into the first round. There's a good chance Graham Barton gets up into the first round. Those are definitely top 50 players minimum. And once you're into that range, I think that there's a wide variance of where those guys can end up going because they're all kind of put into the same basket, I think, by NFL teams at that point. Starts to be built a little bit more base and need, but I don't know. I'll give you, there's not a ton of line prospects that are upper end in this draft for to be day one, like you say, with the first round. But I think that there's probably at least, 5 or 6 guys. Cedric Van Pran, the Georgia center, he might go in the first as well. So there's maybe a couple. We do need a little bit of the time here, I would say, to kind of see where the post-evaluation process goes and the testing numbers and all that. But I would guess right now, if it was the draft today, there would be at least 6 guys taken on the offensive line in the first round, at least. Juan says, my favorite coach would be Ben Johnson, head coach. Try to snipe Jair Evero from the Panthers as defense coordinator. Please, I hope they bring back BT Jordan. Look what he did with the pass. BT did some great work with this team this past year. No doubt about that. Very pleased to see what he did. And I'm okay with that scenario. I'd be very happy with that scenario. Nick Guzman, B, where did you find footage of Junior Colson? I tried looking up his highlights on YouTube, but barely finding anything from this year. So the key on this is what you want to end up typing in. You want to type Michigan Defense 2023, if you could, into the YouTube search bar. And when you do that, you're going to get Penn State, Michigan. You'll get Rutgers versus Michigan defense. And of course, these are all just chopped up plays at this point that you're able to pull from. If you continue further down there, you'll have Wisconsin offensive line. That's Iowa. So there's a couple there. You're going to probably have to dig a little bit to locate and find some of the other Michigan stuff. But more of the tape is going to come out now with the post-draft process. So more of the stuff gets out onto YouTube and whatnot after this point. But the Rutgers game and the Penn State game give you good ones to go off of. But I had a couple others here under my save section, but I'm not finding it for some reason. Let me see here. Goodness, dude. Slow as slow. Another thing you can do with the Colson thing, a lot of my tape that I think I looked at with him and looking at my notes here was going back and maybe taking a look at the previous year. Because you're going to be, if you type 2022 Michigan defense, you're also going to be able to find, he played actually more snaps last year for the Michigan defense than he did this year. So type 2023 Michigan defense, get a couple of returns. There'll be more of that as the year goes along. And then type in 2022 Michigan defense. But of course, I watched both of their 2 playoff games. I've watched a couple of his games this year on college football. So it's less about with him necessarily coming directly off the YouTube thing. But last year, I watched some of his tape when initially looking at him as well. So very impressive prospect there. But that'd be the way to do it. Either of those, those are the two easiest ways for you. Is just the 2022 Michigan defense, 2023 Michigan defense. Because it was nice that somebody has cut the snaps up at that point, Nick. Where it's just defense, just all the snaps of defense. You have to go back and forth from the offense like you do with the highlights. Albernicus. I don't like it, but I think the Seahawks are going to draft Braylon Trice. Why do you feel that way, Albernicus? Don Modest says McDonald's and BJ, co-head coaches, give them each $15 million a year. Who says no? I don't. Not me. Not me. That would be an interesting combination, Johnson and McDonald. I think that's too dream combo because I just don't think McDonald's going to leave for a sideways promotion kind of. He's going to want a true head coaching job. Butter Smoke, Little Big Man. I think that's Dustin Hoffman. You're thinking of that one. Unforgiven is definitely the most cinematic of the Eastwood movies, I guess. I don't know. Definitely, it's almost in a different place than his other Westerns because it's almost at times doesn't feel like a Western. It is, but it isn't. Nick says, so if Lucas is getting surgery, that means we need to draft a tackle that can also play guard, if it sounds like. Agreed. And that's where my standpoint's been on this in the future too, Nick, is the surgery may or may not be successful going forward. And that's where I love to come back to my trio. Cooper Bebe, Graham Barton, Troy Fatanu. Guys that have played both tackle and guard at the college level, recently played a lot of left tackle, but they can play both positions. And they give you an upgrade at the guard position immediately if you just use them for that. Bomber says, Zerzan Newton or trade out. He's a good player. He's a very good player. I don't know if he'll land a 16 either with us, Fleece. I do have him as a blue chip guy. I think he does find himself inside the top 12. In the top 12. At least Mac, wonder what happened to Brian Brees. I think he actually had a pretty good year. I think he played for the Saints. But I remember him watching a couple of Saints games this year, flashing. Right. I can't find his deal here. Oof, maybe not. Well, he got 5 sacks this year. Didn't have a good overall grade, but he got himself 5 sacks, 13 tackles. Brought a little bit of pressure. I think he might struggle against the run a little bit. Nick, I don't know how to feel about Ole yet. It would have been great if we would have given him a little bit more snaps out there to get a bit of better feel for him because he just had kind of a sample size out there. A little bit like I feel like with Bradford on this one. He's good to have for the future, and it'd be great if he can develop, but I do feel like we got to get him probably some competition in there. King Bomber, I watched the press conference with John. I'm glad to know our general manager is a very smart guy. Seems they're leaning offense and the importance of continuity rather than fixing the current flaws. Agreed. Yeah. It certainly the continuity aspect seems to be a big part that from the mandate he got specifically from Jody Allen there, King, to keep that culture maintained in there and that ways contained. But it was very good to hear him talk about the offensive side of the ball and that being a pathway and approach to success. And it does, again, track to John Schneider and the history there with the Green Bay Packers, the place he comes from, being that's been an organization that has stayed on the offensive side of the ball for many years. If you go back to since Holmgren arrived there in 94, I think, the Packers have had 2 years of a defensive-minded head coach leading the way, and every single year through there from that time period forward, almost 30 straight years, an offensive-minded head coach in place. And they've gone through a couple of coaches. So it isn't just that they had one coach or two guys. They've had, I think, six, 7 offensive coaches that have come through there, I think, during that time period. So I think he does go that way. King Bomber, the Oregon center, might be a top candidate if we move down and get a second rounder. Yep, Jackson Powers Johnson. I do have a second round grade on him, but top of the second round. And probably a top 50 guy as well. He's right on that cusp, kind of. And Felicia Mack, we do have the extra third round pick. Yeah, it's technically from the Saints, though it came through the Broncos, by way of the Broncos. Greg Kemp, Jared Verse replaced Darrell Taylor would be nice. He certainly would be an upgrade. Boy, it would be tough, though, Greg, because you'd have to go to, 2 second round picks at the edge in the last 2 years, the $18.5 million you're spending on Uchenna Nwosu a season, and then you now pick a first round pick also for the edge in addition to it. That'd be a lot to invest into that edge, especially as your line needs some help, offensive line needs help, and your interior defensive line needs help. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for the double donation, Garth. We need a coach who can finally maximize number 33's potential. I hope the Hawks defense can rival the 19 Jets. Oh, we may only hope, Garth. We may only hope on that one. Thank you for the donation, Garth. And I do think that Jamal Adams, if I was putting his chances, with Carroll remaining here, you go, well, maybe he's got a 25% chance of staying. With Carroll gone, I think there's about a 0.5% chance at this point that Jamal actually does stay here. It's going to take a coach coming in, pounding the table for him in a big way, I think, for John, to keep Jamal here. And it might not be as much that case if it was a matter of you had the cap space and you were already opened up and you didn't need as much to free up some money from somewhere. But it just ends up making so much sense going down that mark of it, I'll be a little more coffee. I'll be right back. All right. Folks, do me a favor. Please hit the like button if you could for me today. I would really, really, really appreciate it. I also want to thank the sponsor of the show today. Sponsor of the show is Underdog Fantasy. You can still get in some fantasy contests here with Underdog Fantasy through the end of this playoffs. Every week, create a new little fantasy team. If your fantasy team lost this year, you can still recoup a little bit of your confidence for next year. Go out there, win some money here on the site. Use my code NEST. They will match you up to 100% of your first deposit, up to $100. So $100 on the Hawks Nest from me to you, and you support the channel at the very same time. That's a win-win-win. They got a lot of great little contests you can get into. Baseball, basketball, hockey, as we continue on forward through the rest of the year. They've got it all. So take advantage of Underdog Fantasy today. And thank you to them for sponsoring this particular show. Bomber, we still need a left guard, and I think a camp battle would be a good idea. Two of the better players are at one position. We can hopefully move them because they're all relatively young. Well, you can never have too many good offensive linemen. I'll say that, King Bomber. And guard is where I would make just offensive line in general, but left guard would certainly be the position that I would look to maybe attack in the highest order this offseason. Look to improve and make it more talented, more better than it's been in the past couple of years by a substantial mark, just in what I'm setting out to do. Whether it accomplishes that, we'll see or not, but that would certainly be my where I would want to lean into, and then do more than that on the line, but have that be kind of the King Bomber, the beginning place for me when it comes to the line. Brian says need the new guard to be a vet free agent who can step in right away. Maybe. I don't know if you're going to find, when I looked at this through the years, Brian, it's really hard to find the good free agent left guard. You can find a functional right guard. Those guys grow on trees. There's 7 of them every year. On the open market, they can come in and usually be around league average for you. You might pay a little bit of money, but they'll be what they're going to be. The left guard's a little bit more of a tanking one to land. There doesn't tend to be a lot of ones that get on the market. They get highly paid if they do. You don't even are able at times really even trade for one because teams hold on to their linemen with a death grip. But if you can find one out there, Brian, if there is a vet one at the left guard position, especially, you can find. I think that's more of what you'll take as an approach with the right guard, maybe even the center position. But I think it's going to be hard with the left guard to do that. Nick says if we make a bunch of these cuts, we realistically could go after Brian Burns or Chase Young or Chris Jones if they make it to free agency. Even Justin Matabuke could be a possibility. Yeah, you kind of feel like Ravens would probably franchise Justin if they really were drawn to it, but he might make it to it. I like those names, man. Burns is going to ask for the bag, that's for sure. And then it does take the Panthers not franchising him, of course. That's why you always want to kind of wait on doing the free agency perspective a little bit on, because you got to wait till who's going to get re-signed, who's going to get franchise tagged, who's going to be transition tagged. You got to go through all those places. But I like those guys. Imagine if you paired up Chris Jones with Leonard Williams. Woo! Probably could only sign one, but that'd be pretty cool. Greg Kemp, Brandon DK contract said option bonus. What is that? That's just a bonus that clicks in at a certain point in the contract rather than clicking in at the start of the contract. And it's just a way to massage the numbers down the line a little bit in order to not make the initial impact of the contract hit so substantially hard. You kind of push the numbers down the line a little bit while also giving an instantaneous, let me make sure I'm looking at the right thing here. Hold on. I went off of it. I'm referencing the right thing. So, I shouldn't have closed those down. I gotta learn not to close stuff down. And I'm going to have somebody reference it. Need to reopen it. Oh, for the love of gold. There we go. Okay, DK Metcalf, option bonus. So I believe that isn't, so yeah, that's what I thought it was at there. So that's just a bonus that clicks in at a different time from the signing bonus. There's the signing bonus that you get at the time of signing, and then there's your option, be it workout bonus, be it roster bonus, whatever the terminology is that attached to this bonus. It's a bonus that then clicks in at a certain point in the contract. And again, it's to, rather than putting the bonus at the forefront of it to where now the price is maximized to what you have to pay at the front, you're taking it to push down the numbers a little bit more further down the line there. So that the player still knows he's getting that bonus of the deal, that's money in hand, money in pocket, so to speak, not money that he has to hopefully be on the roster to get. But the one that just usually kicks in, at one point or another on that. So sometimes it can be related. I don't know on this particular one if it's related to him being on the roster, Greg, or if it's just that's when the bonus punched in at that particular time, which is just sometimes that GMs will do it in that way in order to, Rams have done a good job about this and just to got to make the numbers kind of work and really relieve yourself of some early room on the salary cap. Nick says Cross just turned 23. He's still got a lot of time to get better. He was a kid when we drafted him. It's a great point. Forgot about that part, Nick. 23 years old. Certainly a lot of room to get better in him. And let's all remember he did have that toe injury in the very first game of the year, maybe affecting a bit of his performance even after he got back a bit. But I think his upside's still very good. Please, I'm just glad we didn't draft Malik Willis with the 9th pick. We dodged the bullet. Boy, did we ever. Did we ever. Rockman, I would be okay with playing all of our rookies and young guys. These number vets we got can rotate in where they excel. Let's get these young players, even if we suck, by next year. Sounds good to me, Rock. I'm with it. Taker610, thank you for the $5 donation. On Tankathon's mock, they had 6 quarterbacks going in the top 100. Caleb Williams, Drake May at number 2, Jaden Daniels number 3, Penix at number 11, Bo Nix at 43, and McCarthy at 44. I think the Tankathon's got it very accurate in its placement of those first 4 quarterbacks. I think the McCarthy one is, I think the more teams look at this with McCarthy, they're just not going to lean on he's a winner. I don't know if that's really enough, especially with the supporting cast you had with you at Michigan, with the coaching staff you had with you at Michigan. I think they're going to dive into his tape and really look at the throws he can and can't make and the offenses he can and cannot operate. And I think that's going to push him down in the draft. That's my bold take at this point. I think McCarthy ends up right around probably a late 3rd to 4th round pick when it's all said and done. I cannot see a team jumping up in the 2nd round to take him. That would be just, to me, Taker, that would be wild to see an NFL team in this modern age jump like that. Even a guy like Pickett had far and away just better arm talent than McCarthy. And I don't like Pickett with his baby hands. But they got the rest right. I do think Jaden Daniels, if he doesn't go 3, he's going 4. And I have said I think Penix is probably a top 20, and he is only going to raise up boards in the post-draft, pre-draft evaluation process. Penix is only going to rise more and more. He's not going to dip down. Absent them finding some weird medical thing where his knee's about ready to explode or something, he will go up the boards. So 11 might be very well where he lands. Nick Guzman says Dave Brugler had McCarthy go to the Rams in the first, Nix to the Pats, but in the second, Nix to the Pats, but in the second, and Penix in the second to the Raiders. It's possible, and Dane Brugler does as good a work as anybody when it comes to draft out there, right, Nick? I mean, he's on it 365, 24 days a week. He gets into this stuff, and certainly I would never deny that he does good work. And I will always say every year I have a quarterback that I just seem to not get that everybody tells me is going to be awesome. My track record on these kind of guys that I itemize that tend to be these guys that sit to my mind and just sit in this way. 1 year it was a Malik Willis. 1 year it was a Zach Wilson. Who was the guy? There was a guy even last year that I was just like, I don't understand it. I don't get it. And this year, that guy for me, Nick, is McCarthy. I don't get it. He is in a very, very heavy run-based oriented attack where he's handing the ball off a tremendous amount of time compared to his contemporaries. His arm talent is not that good. His mobility is good for college, but I think it's not going to be as good at the pro level when you get him out there moving. But he does have, Nick, and Dane's not the only one. There's a lot of people that are very high on McCarthy and like him quite a bit. But that's one that I just look at and I go, I don't see it. And I can't fade the funk. And I do tend on this one, Nick, I lean back on trust in my own track record in this one. I don't feel it on guys. Like when I initially had that with Zach Wilson and people were like, Zach Wilson's better than Trevor Lawrence. And you got to learn that he's going to be number 2 in the draft. And I don't see it. Don't see it. And I've learned like just trust and lean on that feeling if you sense it in a guy, because you're going to be probably proven right on it, at least on these quarterback positions in this kind of way. I'm not saying I'm as smarter than Dane on this. He might have me beat on this one. The rest of the evaluators might have me beat on this one. But boy, when I hear about even what these guys that are pro talk about with him, it's just like, well, he's a winner and he's gutsy and nothing to do with really any of the true traits that he brings to play on the field when he does turn into a pro. Nick says, thank you, B. I'll look that up tomorrow. Sounds good, bro. Glad to help. And there'll be more, Nick, as we get in the off season. There's a couple guys out there that start to unload the floodgates on the game film. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. All the donos tonight, Garth. I trust J.J. Watt in his torn ligaments that guided him to Arizona under Kyler Murray to cook microwave popcorn. No more, no less. J.J. is a wank, by the way. Yeah, he kind of came off as a wank in his comments, and I understand, again, that this PFS is one that gets people pissed off on in certain respects. They don't want to give it any value to it, but I just think that it's a little bit of burying the head in the sand a bit with it. You can say that they're imperfect. You can say that they're not something that should be meant on to be leaned on as an end-all be-all tool. You can say that they need to refine it and make it better. I will agree with you on all of those things, but to say that it needs to be thrown in the trash and that there's no value to be had from it is, to me, a little bit of a tone deaf in looking at the grand picture here of analytics and sports in general and where we stand in the modern era. And analytics have swept across the NBA landscape and baseball to a huge degree. You feel it every single game, the effect of analytics. Every single at bat in baseball, every possession in NBA just about. You can feel the effect of analytics. And to think that football is not going to have that as a part, or that this transition is not taking place to where analytics are going to find a firm hold here, is, again, just as I say, a bit of a burying the head in the sand. It is going to happen. Teams do find value within it. That's the part about it when Van tells me I don't put much value in PFF. Okay, but then 32 other NFL teams do. Like, why would they if it had no value? And they would be more than me or the average casual fan. The NFL team would be more well-versed and instructed and more intelligent in their process about what's of value information and what is not of valuable information. The NFL doesn't tend to spend a lot of time of investing into things that isn't of value for them, organizationally speaking. So to think that 32 NFL teams are just kind of signing up for PFF to just kind of, well, it's the cool thing to do thing, or rather than it actually being something that they derive some value from and actually informs them on their process. I just don't understand how people get to that spot where there seems to be a disconnect between that, where it's like, the NFL teams are using this. As I said, Bobby Slowick's about to be a head coach in this NFL. He's a guy that went and worked for PFF prior year. The connections are there between the NFL and PFF. It ain't this organization that sits on an island is just out there like acting like the great arbiter in the land, throwing grades out. That's not the case. There's very much the NFL understands the value in what they're doing, and not that it's the end all. It's just a piece of the puzzle. And the thing I always push for is that the more information that you can take in, Garth, the better you're informed you are. The less likely you're leaving something out or missing something, right? But I know it does drive up. Hell, it drives up even the passion in me. I'm passionately not for it where I think it's at an all, but I just also hear some of the criticism and it just doesn't always add up to me on the critiques. But thank you, Garth. Appreciate you. Place the Mac. Russell Wilson was picked at 75th overall. He dropped down because he wasn't quarterback height. That's correct. Yeah, at that time it was thought you couldn't have a guy under 6 feet tall and make it work. That was kind of an impossibility. John Robinson, what's up, man? It's good to see you in the house. Ben Johnson or bust? Johnson's moved up to me. I think he's climbed to me to my number 2 level. He's overtaken Dan Quinn to me. He's my number 2 on my big board for head coaches. And I love what he brings to the table, man. I'll be having a video come out soon with Ben Johnson, hopefully next day, 2 at most. John says, you think Schneider will hire Jim Harbaugh? I don't know if I've got a feel quite yet of what John's going to do. I think Harbaugh is in play in a way that a lot of people don't think he is. A lot of people speak to me about in my comment section or even getting DM'd at times that, Jim Harbaugh is going to want all these control and power, and he's going to want to wield all this. And I'm not sure what this is really all based upon, this inferring that Jim is absolutely going to say that you've got to give me all this power and front office control, because there's not been anything that we've heard really reported that that's certainly the case. And in fact, we've heard reports that that's not what Harbaugh is going to be seeking. So that's one where I don't think that we can negate the Harbaugh possibility just for the fact that he wants that control when we don't know if that's really the case. And when you look at a guy that will come in here and certainly, move this thing in a way that, is going to be a little bit of a different direction, but who to me is the best candidate of the bunch in what you're going to get with him, and what he's going to supply. There's a lot of question marks amongst these other guys. There's a lot of kind of hoping they can be this or hoping they can be that. With Harbaugh, I get a lot of certainty, but I haven't gotten a good enough feel yet from Schneider here, John, on what exactly he's looking to do in this situation. Hans says, I'm glad to see the general demeanor here as we're glad to see Pete is done as coach. Mad respect, but long overdue. I don't get the blind Pete fanboys I see on all the socials. It's been one of the odder things that I've dealt with at times too, and having some of the discussions with the Pete Carroll folks. He does still have a lot of people that are proponents, and you'll see him even here in the chat at times, Hans, on it. I think, like you say, the general demeanor is one that people go, this was time, this was the right way, this is the right move to be made, and it sucks that it had to happen, but it is the right thing. But as I said, there was something that jumped up to me in my fandom here in Seattle, and doing this as I started to do this channel 4 years ago, that I was not well aware existed as a kind of thing. And that was having, when I bring up things about Russell Wilson, people where it became, I'm finding myself getting in discussions with people that are not necessarily fans of the Seahawks, they're fans of Russell Wilson. And I find myself at times getting in debates with people with Coach Carroll, where it's really about their fandom of Coach Carroll and less about their fandom of the Seahawks. And it seems like that's where a little bit of that discussion's been in at times in the past, oddly, but with these 2 particular guys in Seahawks history. I didn't feel like we had ever kind of covered as much this kind of road. Maybe that's the offshoot of having 2 guys who helped take you to a Super Bowl and win you a championship. But there is certainly a lot out there that still, on both of those guys' accounts, are very, very pro both of those guys who don't think that he should have been let go. But I think you're right, Hans. I think the overall feeling here is that this is a refresh that needed to happen, as painful as it was. It did need to happen. Where is Chris Richard these days, Rockman? I'm not sure. He was with the Cowboys for a while. I think he was there with them for a couple of years, but I don't know after that. Bomber, if we trade out, I think with the fit of our draft, we would rather have 3 second-round picks rather than the 16th pick. Yeah, I think that'd be something. I mean, you have to have probably late second round picks at that point, King. You'd be moving pretty far back, because if you were to move from 16 to 26, you maybe pick up one back end second round pick, and maybe you can package then your 2/3 to move back up in the second round at that point. But I don't think there's a way you could get to moving off 16 and getting 3 seconds. I mean, possibly. John could pull off that, King. That would be awesome. And I'd certainly support him if he could do it, because the overall haul of those players would be much better. But what I've seen in recent years, King, is it does seem like the value of moving back, unless you're moving like top 10 range up to 1, right? You're really jumping the group. You're just moving back in kind of the depths of the first round. It seems like the price of admission has not been as costly as it once was. In the last few years, it seems like it's been cheaper. King says if Newton were to be gone, you move that pick to maybe mid to late 20s and get a second, then move into the second round for another second. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you get the second like that, King. If you can pull it off, sure. But if you look at the trades in the first round over the past couple of years, especially the ones outside of the 10th pick and onwards, the cost has just not been as much. And all those guys are good guys you name. I'd go with any of them. Taker, we host the Broncos in Seattle again next season. Haha, Russell will either be on the field or watching from the stands. I think we'll be getting Jared Stitham at that point, Taker. If I had to make a wild ass guess, I would say it's going to be Jared Stitham. Jordan, thank you for the $10 donation. Jordan, I appreciate you for that. Very nice of you. Late to the stream. Oh, no worries. Just love having you in here, man. Seeing pass rush 9th and coverage ranked 10th makes me wonder if Pete wanting a 4-man rush and backing everyone really hurt us more than originally thought. I'll give you my take on this, Jordan, of course, and it's my outlook on it. When I looked at the individual scores and looked through the year's games, and maybe I can even get a bit of a thing here to show you this. This might be a good way to kind of indicate this now that I think about it. Hold on. Let's see here. Well, I don't think I'll show it the way I wanted to show it. I certainly think the heart, Jordan, of what the issues were on defense, first and foremost, were stopping the run. Before we got to anything with what you did in stopping the pass or holding the pass back, that's where it really began. And there were times in games, I think, Jordan, where teams didn't have to pass as much or be put in as much peril as far as your pass rush because you couldn't stop the run. I think there was a little bit of a variance in pass rush. It felt like game to game and what you got out of that crew, where you'd have games where there would be these huge high pressure, high sack games like the Carolina game early on in the year. And then you'd have these other performances where you'd be sort of dipping down and you wouldn't get much out of the crew throughout most of the year with it. The Giants game where you just went crazy on, right? Just crazy. Everybody was getting pressure. Everybody was getting sacks in that game. The coverage one is an interesting one to me for sure. I do wonder at times when I do look at PFF and cover and how they grade the zone coverages, for instance, when you're giving up the dink and dunks and it's not as clear as who the guy is covering on the play, especially if it's a line between the two linebackers, how that sort of bears out on that one. But those are things I think that we have to build on, Jordan. I think Tariq Woolen and Devin Witherspoon give you good coverage guys on the back end. I think that definitely helped, and especially Trey Brown had some times this year where he was able to really lock in there and play well. Michael Jackson did really well on the outside in coverage this year for the most part. So those guys, that adds up. Those guys did their job over there on the outside. But no, it's a good point. It's a fair point. I just don't feel like the 4-man rush was anywhere near to where it needs to be maybe the grades are where they are, but it just didn't feel like it was anywhere near where it needs to be in order to rely on it solely and wholly, kind of like we did. And that you've got to have a bit more of a devastating crew to pull that off. But it was a defense with a lot of problems, hunted Jordan, right? So it does get hard to track down to kind of one or two things specifically. It's like, well, it's undisciplined, doesn't tackle well, soft zone defenses, gets a little rough on kind of figuring out what's for what with that. And I will say too with Jordan, that's where we go to as well, saying just as a final point on this, where this is the tool to be added up and measured up against the eye test. And I don't know if the eye test told me this year that the pass rush was really good on a consistent basis. I think it had the moments where it jumped up, but I feel like from an eye test standpoint, there was definitely those moments this year where things just weren't going. But great points, Jordan. And thank you for the $10 donation. It's great to see you in the house. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5. Appreciate you that. Garth with a double deuce dono here. He says, McCarthy and J.J. McCarthy as coach and quarterback. Too bad to be true. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that would... McCarthy would definitely depress me as a fan, having him as a head coach. Yeah, his body language is just one where you go, ugh. And he's a respected guy throughout the league. Even Schneider was mentioning and talking about him recently. But he's a guy that just, for my money with McCarthy, just doesn't do a whole lot for me to move my needle. Maybe it's just the McCarthy name just doesn't move my needle. But that would be an avert your eyes combination, Garth. Because McCarthy would be, J.J. McCarthy would be a far downside, a far drop for McCarthy from Dak Prescott. No doubt about that. A little bit of a difference between the two talent levels on those guys, which is odd because McCarthy's actually, it sounds like, going to be drafted ahead of where Dak was taken. But I don't get that. Dak's a third-round quarterback, and this guy's a second-round quarterback in a fairly quarterback-stacked draft. Make it make sense, Garth. I'm going to get a shirt made saying no McCarthy in Seattle. But thanks, Garth. I appreciate the $5, brother. And another $5 as well. This is Brando. Can I say, if we have a Hawk fandom against a Harbaugh hire, it might not be an intelligent a fandom as we think. Well, as I've learned with a lot of these subjects, I just mentioned a little bit about the Russell Wilson and the Coach Carroll discussions, Garth, that I've gotten into with certain fans over the years, where something that has become very clear within those discussions and talks, which is the fact that emotionality factors in so heavily into everyone's fandom. And I'm not above that. Mine too. I'm no better than anybody else in this part of it. But I do think that when it comes to Harbaugh and the not wanting him to be hired here, I don't think it's as much about an evaluation of his coaching prowess as it is an evaluation of them and the time and him being here in the Niners and remembering that and just how hot and heavy that whole rivalry got. And I think that just sort of sticks in people's mind in a way that is sort of unique for a coaching hire that would be out here in this way. It's kind of, he's a one-off. First, if we had no connection to Harbaugh, if what Harbaugh had happened with Coach Carroll happened in the AFC South back 10 years ago, I don't think you'd have anywhere near, Garth, the amount of fans saying no on Harbaugh right now to bring him in here. I don't. I think it would be a wide difference. So I come back to, well, your fandom's going to draw a lot of times the emotions and the spirits inside you. And sometimes with that, you're not always going to be thinking super clearly. We try to reach for that here as much as we can. But I think that they're not coming from a place of just purely evaluating Harbaugh as the hire. And it's really that emotionality back to 10 years ago. And I can't blame him for that. It was as hot as I've seen against any opponent in my time watching football throughout my life, even the AFC West days. And he could say some comments and rub people the wrong way. And he embraced it all a little bit. Right. And so I get it a little bit with it, but I think we have a very smart fandom. I do. I think it is indicative of the fact that you see Coach Carroll moved on from him, though there's a segment of fans that are very angry about it and very vocal and how angry they're about it. I think overall the fans kind of nodded and understood why this decision was made. It was a shock, but it wasn't something that people didn't come back and go, well, but it was probably the smart, proper decision, And so I think that is an indicative of there being a great amount of intelligence in our fan base and that we're very tuned in that way. But we're all emotional on this. We all love this team. We all have a dog in the fight. So that's going to cause people to sometimes get swayed in their biases and whatnot. Hopefully not with Schneider, though, Garth. If Schneider thinks he's the best hire, if John Schneider looks at him and says, this is the guy that I know is going to take this program to the next level, I think Ben Johnson might. I think McDonald might. Maybe Dan Quinn's able. But I know Harbaugh's going to take us there. And if that's the case, if I'm Jider and Schneider in his perspective, then you've got to make that call regardless of your past history. That's got to be the overriding factor. That's got to be what carries the day. Hopefully it is. Because then we will hire the best possible coach. Fleece the Mac says doesn't Harbaugh want to be the GM. This is the thing that gets widely reported, Fleece the Mac, but it's not really based on a lot because there's not really any certain reports that that's what he's wanting. In fact, and we do have reports that that's not maybe necessarily what he's wanting. That go kind of counter to that. Garth, yes, I do want Harbaugh. That's number one for me. Legas says, just give us an offensive-minded head coach. He's not picky. Just give me my offensive-minded coach. I'll be fine. Rockman Jones says, I throw up in my mouth for Harbaugh. See, I get it. I do get it. Holy Hand Grenade says, what if Bill Belichick goes to Atlanta and he doesn't like young quarterbacks, and since Russ is going to be cut, he grabs Wilson? I'm making the connection right now. I thought the Atlanta spot for Russell made the most sense of any of the landing spots potentially that were going to be out there, and he's not going to have 15 different places he can go. Maybe because of his contractual cheapness, because he can sign for a vet minimum deal and Denver's on the hook for all the rest of the salary, that does make it opens the door for more proverbial teams. But Atlanta seems like the best one for his skill set to get the most out of him, where he doesn't have to go in there and be a high volume passer. He's got good pass catchers on the outside, a good offensive line, great running game. He can deal between all of that. You bring Belichick in, he fixes the defense on the other side of it. There's a lot of this that actually kind of adds up and makes a ton of sense to me, with Belichick going in there and doing that and Russ going in there. It looks odd on the surface, but not as odd in retrospect. Hans says, I get Harbaugh is a great coach, just not a fan of the dude. I think a younger coach would be great, like D'Amico with the Texans. He's very close to the players. Still a captain. Yeah, that's the place where it tends to go with it, Hans, for me, is that in my discussions at times, it's a little bit of, well, I don't like Harbaugh, he's got a punchable face, or I'm not a fan of his personality, or, I just don't like I don't like him, and I get these reasons. I do, Hans, from my perspective. But I also think that sometimes when it comes to finding the greatest coach for the position, you kind of have to take the good with the bad at times. And sometimes there'll be a little bit of bad to get the best candidate for that given position. And I do think that Harbaugh is far and away the best of any of the candidates out there to getting you to that spot. And for that level of certainty, I'll pay the price for some pernickettiness or for some moodiness, for maybe even the potential of him kind of grinding people out within about 4 or 5 years. As I said in my Harbaugh video on this, Hans, I think that very well could happen, but you very well then may find yourself on the other end of it 4 to 5 years later with a Super Bowl win. And I will tell you this, you can say that, he grinds people out, but he didn't grind out the Michigan staff. He had those coaches crying for him when he was suspended, talking about, this is for you, Jim. Those coaches, from what I hear in the background, absolutely love the guy. So you're talking about maybe grinding out organizationally wise, but he doesn't grind out his coaches. And when I look for kind of people that are anti in the Harbaugh with it, Hans, I go, well, how do you see the failure coming? That's, I guess, what I would ask you on that is that you bring Harbaugh in, where do you see the failure coming from? That him and Schneider can't work together because it will absolutely be a duplication of the Trent Baalke Harbaugh relationship with the Niners 10 years ago. I mean, Baalke's got some prickliness to him too. That was just not a good one on the surface. I think Schneider might be a little more amendable to working with Harbaugh. But I get it. Like I say, I do get there's going to be folks that are just kind of, there's a bit of an open revulsion just right on the surface of it with Harbaugh. But man, he is a really good coach, and he turned this team into a winning football team. Stamp Avis says, I don't think I could stand watching Harbaugh. There we go. There we go. Hand Grenade says, NFL, please don't make us play 4 games in 15 days again. It was 3 in 15, but yes, please don't do that again. That wasn't good. Albernicus, I know it's going to sound crazy, but I had a dream before the 2023 season that the Seahawks drafted Spoon over Carter, losing to the Rams twice, barely missing the playoffs, and the Niners winning the Super Bowl. And the other day, I had a dream about us drafting Braylon and him being a bust. Oh, yikes. That's not good. Albernicus, you'll be the prophet of the channel here if that ends up becoming the case. I will remember you on this one if that turns out to be the truth. That'd be wild. Wild. Herbert Zad says, the way I look at it, McDonald crushed every awesome offensive team this year. He owned Shanahan, Ben Johnson, and the Miami OC. If they can't score more points, they don't win. I'm hoping for McDonald. I'd love it. Herbicide. He's a great coach, man. I'd be happy with it. Hans says, if we get above 500 next season, I think it's a success with a whole new coaching staff, probably new scheme. Love to see it, though. Me too. Rockman says, just find the biggest, meanest road graders and coach them up. Nick, I really hope DK is one of the top priorities when hiring a head coach. We need someone who is going to make him the priority on offense. Absolutely no excuses going forward. That's very true, Nick. And that's a guy, when you look at a Ben Johnson type, that's a guy to me that would be certainly a guy who, he's one of the reasons I have him kind of in my number 2 spot right now, is that this is a guy who comes in and absolutely will know how to take the top off with DK and maximize him to the utmost. He took Amon Brown his first year, sub 1,000-yard season, obviously a rookie year, but then year 2 had him up well over 1,000 yards. Past year had him up around 1,400 yards. Took Sam Laporta to maybe one of the great rookie tight end receiving seasons that we've seen in recent memory. Got 2,000-yard backs out of it. He knows how to use his playmakers. That's something that definitely comes with Johnson. Greg Kemp, Brandon, I saw someone say that Oregon center can also play guard. Is that left guard or right guard? I think you're going to lean more to right guard than you would left guard. He's kind of a big boy. He moves pretty well for his size, but I don't know if he's got quite the mobility to hang in there against 3 techs one-on-one consistently. Make sure my notes are right on this here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he can move a little bit. I gotta give him credit. I'm looking back at my notes here. Yeah, he's such a great leverage lineman. You know, every time you watch him, Greg, his hands are getting up under the chest plate of the opposition. He's never the high man on the totem pole. So and looking back a little bit at my notes there on this, and he's another guy I want to go back and take another look at. But I think he could probably play either or. My notes say he's got enough mobility. He is a mauler type a bit. That's more of the archetype with him. Greg is a bit of the mauler, but the movement was good on tape. And certainly the Oregon offense asked its linemen to get from point A to point B quite a bit of the time. They're not just having him stand in the phone booth. But I do like him, Greg. He's a good player. Very good player. King Bomber says, the funny thing is, Cross is still the best pick there in hindsight. Indeed. Yeah, indeed he is. You look at the other 2 tackles taken that first round, Ikawanu and the kid out there at the Giants. Yeah. Certainly feel good about that. You certainly feel good about the other guys you saw picked afterwards. So I'm with you, man. I think the pick was still a good one. His upside's still there. He got knocked around a little bit this year by some fans. Cross didn't have some of my discussions, but Cross was fine. And his upside's still going to be really good. Is he going to be an all-pro in this league? You're going to look at this guy at 85, 90 PFF scores at any time? Probably not. Can he get to 80? Can he get to a Laramie Tunsil type player? Yeah, absolutely. King says people can complain about him all they want, but he still had an above-average year with a lingering toe injury and very young with lots of potential. That's right. That's why I push back on it a little bit. Let's push back on these bad narratives. These narratives that are incorrect on a lot of different levels. And I think it's a little bit of the narrative that follows Cross is the one that he's a top 10 tackle. Why is he not Walter Jones? That's not the way we got to look at it with it. You know, what was his upside coming out? What is truly his potential as a player? And while it doesn't hit up to the Walter Jones once a generation left tackle, it's still going to be a very good left tackle in this sport. Nick King says, going to be weird seeing a new Hawks team this season. Lots of things we're not used to going to happen, and I'm here for it. I am too, man. It's a new story, man. The same old story has been kind of flowing through these parts for quite a bit of time, and we're going to get a new story now. We're going to get a new look of a team. You know, not the same old problems hounding him, and maybe new problems now hounding him, but at least it's something in more of a different direction here. And I do think there's a lot of potential with whatever coach takes over, that there's a chance of them to be able to really turn this around quickly, to take advantage of things that we have failed to take advantage of for years here that are pretty straightforward for most teams to utilize. Nick Guzman, Cross had some amazing reps versus Myles Garrett. Let him get that grown man strength and be 100% healthy. Then watch out. Amen. Amen. Cross is part of this future. Cross is going to, I guarantee you, be a very, 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 very attractive part of this team for a head coach coming in. right? You're looking at what the Hawks have on paper, and you're like, oh, I got my left tackle there, and maybe my right tackle set, and I got my number one wide receiver there, and Lockett and JSN, and Disley's a good all-around tight end that I can use, and two running backs in the backfield. Especially if we're going for an offensive-minded coach, you got to think that this is going to look very, very attractive to a new offensive coach, all that you're giving them. I mean, you're setting the table up like it's a buffet and they're the only person eating at it. And I think that's going to draw you in probably a very, very nice candidate. As John Schneider talked about a couple days ago, there's a lot of people that recognize this is a very attractive job to come to. Han says, yes, Cross with the turf toe. Lucas with a knee, Haynes out as well, Lewis with a bad year, and then Brown playing true injuries, and Bradford is a starter. Well, hard to expect top O-line play. Indeed. Some of it too, Hans, was a little bit of their lack of addressing the last couple of years properly, taking care of that offensive line in the way that they needed to do so, and trying to get by with Haynes, and trying to get by with Damian Lewis, and trying to get by with Evan Brown at $2.1 million on a one-year deal. And that's where you get back to that investment is such an important part of this puzzle. Snail, thank you for the $5 donation, Snail. And it's great to see you in the chat, brother. Hope you're having a great night. Says, but how salty would 49ers fans be every time Harbaugh beat them as a Seahawks head coach? And if he won a Super Bowl, I could retire off those 49er tears. DJ says he doesn't. I've already heard a couple of it, and you see it's panic comments that I'll get. I've had it on a few of my live streams here since the Harbaugh. It's under my Harbaugh video. There's a couple of Niner fans coming in there, and you can just see their in their comment the dripping of desperation there as they sense that there's just even an outside possibility of this happening. Because as you say, how painful would it be if they don't get to the Super Bowl this year and Harbaugh comes back here to Seattle and he gets instantaneous success and he finds some good answers there for Shanahan, and then you go and you win a Super Bowl. You talk about making the 49er collective fan base's brains melt out of their ear holes. Oh. I mean, still, it's almost worth doing the move alone just for that potential, wasn't it? Just for that mere potentiality, it would be almost worth that. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. They'd be salty. I already see it in my comments. They're like, no, he ain't coming to Seattle. It's not, no, that, We'll see. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation, Randall. I really do appreciate you for that. It's good to see you. He says, I seem to be hearing a lot of Mike Vrabel chatter, mostly on local radio. I just don't see him as a fit in Seattle. I think Mike Mack is the move. Prefer Jim. Well, I'm, Garth or Randall, I'm with you on the Jim preference. The Mike McDonald is definitely one that he's in my top 3 to 4. I think he's overtaking Quinn at this point as a guy that'd be a little bit more of an attractive guy for us to go after as far as this job goes, because not just because Quinn in the final game, but just in looking at Quinn and what he brings really fully to the table here when it all is said and done. Vrabel's starting to get more chatter in the last couple of days. And he's a guy that I am warm to, Randall. He'd be on my top. I mean, hell, he'd be probably top 4. So he'd be 4. I think if I had to put off my list right now, I'd be Harbaugh 1, Ben Johnson 2, 3 would be McDonald, and 4 would be Mike Vrabel. And then 5 would probably be Dan Quinn. So, he'd be in my top 4. I like a lot of what Vrabel would bring. I think that he had to get by with a little bit less out there in Tennessee, which I don't think is going to be the case when he comes out here to Seattle. I think that he can instill the type of toughness that this team needs, Randall. And there's a lot of this that makes a lot of sense in his connection here. There really does. He's a legitimately, I think, really good coach. I know some aren't as much in on him, but I am, because I think that there's a lot that he's done there. And certainly if you're getting the combination, somebody was mentioning earlier, Randall, if you're getting the combination of both Vrabel and then Arthur Smith, as your offensive coordinator, you talk about really the combination of those two really working together coming in the house, then at that point, look out. So I think it's in play, Vrabel. He certainly is. I don't know if the radio's necessarily on it as far as Randall. They're being fed something here. I think that you had the interview, what was it, with Albert Breer between Salk and and Heward and Breer was really he wasn't really trying, just sort of inadvertently really making a nice sell of Vrabel in Seattle during that interview. And I think that caught the rest of them kind of reacting to that across the board on the dial a little bit in consideration of it. But Vrabel's a very good coach. If I can get a chance, I'll try to maybe get to doing a video look at him. I want to do the Ben Johnson and McDonald ones. But my next guy after that I'll be looking to is probably going to Mike Vrabel as a possibility here. So we'll be taking a look at him as well if I get a chance. He might get hired inside that time, so we might run out of time there, Randall. But Vrabel's he's earned the right to be hired again somewhere else, and he'd be a good hire. It may not be the flashiest hire, it may not be the splashiest hire, but it would be a good hire and a good chance for success in that situation, bringing Vrabel in here. Thank you, though, Randall. Appreciate the $5, man. And I'm still with you on the gym, man. He's still number one for me, and number 2 is quite far below number 1 for me. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, okay, anti-Harbaugh pseudo fans, what bad coaching decisions did Harbaugh make to fuel your position? My guess is none. Well, that's where you come to a little bit in your effective way of putting it there, Garth, which is that when we go to Harbaugh not working in Seattle, if I can take off the table punchable face, if I can take off the table the persnickety nature, if I could take off the table that he just generally kind of rubs you individually the wrong way, and we remove those things as possible reasons to disinclude Harbaugh as a coaching possibility. What is it as a head coach, as a builder of a locker room, as a leader of men? What is it that he does that is a hindrance, or that would be a part that would hold this team back from success when it comes to just on the football field and as a head coach? Anything outside of when he talks in press conferences, he just comes off like an a-hole. Outside of stuff like that, just specifically on him as a coach. And maybe it's just that you need those other parts with what the coach brings for you to, I don't know. But I don't hear, to your point, Garth, there's not a lot I hear about in the assessment of Harbaugh that relates back to limitations that he brings as a coach, limiting factors he brings as a coach. And I think that the fact that silence is so thoroughly out there is kind of indicative of the fact that he doesn't bring any real negatives as a coach. You quite frankly know exactly what you're going to get. He wins everywhere he goes. He gets guys to fall in line, whether it's with a hard-nosed style or not, he gets it to happen, and he's successful at every single stop that he's been at. And just about every single stop that he's been at as well, if not every stop he's been at, has gotten worse after he left. I think that when you get down to the bottom line on that, there aren't any coaches that I think that hit the mark in our searches here of anybody else to Harbaugh's degree. And that's where this is also part of this too, of course, Garth, which is it's not just Harbaugh's availability, it's Harbaugh's availability versus the other candidates that are available and what they offer and the certainty or the lack of certainty that they may offer that exists out there. Well said, though, Garth. Very well said. King Bomber, Ben Johnson with DK, about to have a record-setting season. It's possible. It's possible. Ben Ortega, I wouldn't mind moving off of Jody Allen. Well, I don't know if the sale, certainly with this Carroll letting go, Ben, I don't think the sale's coming down anytime soon. And I guess, unfortunately, from your perspective with this one. So I would say Jody's probably here for the next 4 or 5 years, it would seem, at least, as it stands. But team will be sold at some point here in the future. But then maybe the joke is on us on that one too, because she might just be right back around as a part of the an ownership team, then buying the team from herself, right? King Bomber, I'm praying so much that we land Johnson as our head coach. Love him, man. I'm doing the deep dive on him right now, and there's some great quotes. I mean, I'm going to include this in the video I'm doing, but I'll give you guys a little sneak peek here. There's a great Ringer article out there, and I quote a couple of times from the Ringer article in the video that I'm going to do for Ben Johnson, because it's just that there's some really, really great tidbits. Like, as the Ringer article said about Johnson last year, this is the rearing of a. So let me read you here one of my little spots from this. If you want out of the archaic and into the new age, Ben Johnson is your guy. During a 7-year run in Miami at the start of his coaching career, he had 3 offensive coordinators in 7 years, while he worked with the quarterbacks, tight ends, and wide receivers during that time. 3 systems, 3 positions to coach in 7 years. As a Ringer article said about Johnson last year, This is the rearing of a coaching mutt, not a system purebreed. He's not just trying to methodically perfect one system, hammering one particular nail in one particular way over and over again. As the article so beautifully put it, Johnson's way is that of the interweaving of schematic fibers. Hold on, the article put this so beautifully. As the article so beautifully put it, Johnson's way is that of the interweaving of schematic fabrics, the making of sturdier stuff. So, he sounds awesome. And I love that he's not just this my system, and I'm just going to keep grinding this system out and refining this system out. It's a guy that I'll use from everything, to build my thing here. Han says if you give the O-line of the Lions to Geno, the dude is going to slice up all defenses and probably get like 4,500 yards, 30 touchdowns. Think what Geno did with that O-line. Amen. Preach, Hans. Preach. That's been my thinking and theory with this and Geno the whole time as well. Just get him an O-line, and then he's going to go out there and absolutely could match what Jared Goff's done, if not even eclipse what Jared Goff's done there with the Lions. Nick says, B, I'm 100% with you on McCarthy. I do agree with Dane on Nix and Penix in the second round. I can see those totally going those way. I do have right now myself Penix in the top 20, but he has that little bit of the variance that Will Levis was going to suffer from last year, where it kind of takes the particular team to fall in love with him. And there certainly could be that droppage or slippage down the draft at that point. If teams really do weight in a little bit more heavily, the system of offense he came from, the injury history, the age, there are some things that are legitimate there in Penix to maybe potentially kind of pick apart at to find that slide happening. But I'm glad I'm not the only one on this, Nick, because sometimes on some of these guys, I get through this draft process for 3 months, and I'll tell you, if you go back and watch some of my streams talking about Wilson, I'm just sitting there just baffled. I feel like we as a BYU bamboozled the nation. I'm going, he's got 28-year-old old men that are going to be accountants blocking for him against 18-year-old youngsters. So he's cleaned the whole game. And the guy's back there just kind of freewheeling and woo. But McCarthy's going to be that guy for me this year. Even guys that I'm not super high on, I can still get and understand. You sell me on Spencer Rattler, I get it. But with the McCarthy one, it's like, huh? First round. Garth Knight, Zach Wilson might be the best Mormon quarterback since Steve Young. I might also be the only. No, there's been a couple, I guess. Yeah, there's been a couple. That's probably right, Garth. King Bomber, I want a young offensive mind, one that's not from the Kyle Shanahan or McVay tree, one that'll compete with both of them. And that's Ben Johnson, man. He's studied with McVay, but he doesn't learn at the tree. He didn't learn at the feet of either of those two guys. He's got more of the Mike Sherman background, Bill Lazar, a little bit more of that going for him. A bit of Adam Gase in there. I know Adam Gase ain't the greatest, maybe of tutors, but Dick Docs, is there a defensive coordinator from the Ravens that is in the running? I forget his name. Yes, they've requested an interview request with McDonald. So he is one of those guys that they're looking at potentially bringing here. Yep. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Jordan says, when it comes to he is a winner, I do not mind taking a shot on a player that is in the fourth round. But when he has things about him that can work. But JJ is definitely a quarterback that was hidden behind his team. I don't know about him. Yeah, that's where I feel about it too. I'm glad I'm not the only one on this, you guys. It's good to hear with this one with McCarthy, because I've heard a lot of outgoing thought of just like, oh yeah, first round. Oh yeah, at least high second round minimum. That's his floor. I'm like, really? Are we seeing the same quarterback on the field? I don't have any wow factor with this guy. And if I'm going first or even second round, I got to have something wow. Give me mobility. Give me a big arm, Give me processing, anticipatory throws all over the place. Give me, command at the line of scrimmage. I don't know, something. I just don't have much. There just doesn't feel like much there. Be a fan of the name on the front, not the back. I felt nostalgic when Pete got the boot, but I've wanted him gone for a few years now. Excited for the future. That's what it comes down to for me too. It's about the logo. It's about the team. That's what we root for. And what's in the best interest of the team? What's in it for the best interest of the future of the team? And it is that and that solely alone. And that is what we are serving towards wanting to see in the success of that. And that does then come at the cost sometimes of what we view and where we view the individual players and coaches. We celebrate them too. But when it comes to the here and now and where we're going into the future, we've got to be, I think, always, as much as we can celebrate those different elements of the team, it is the team at the end of the day. This is my opinion on it. The team at the end of the day is what carries it forward. And some of that sometimes got lost here with the success that we've had here with this 10-year run, I think at times with certain players and certain coaches. King Bomber, well, if you're 16 and go to like 29, you would get a second rounder. Then if you move from 29 to like the 40s, you end up with 3 seconds. If you go from 16 to 29, you get a second rounder. And if you move from 29 to 40s, you end up with 3 seconds. But we don't have a second round pick, I guess. Maybe that's where you confused me, King, because you would have only 2 second round picks in your scenario there. But I mean, it is. I'm not even debating on it. Like, it's possible you can get that. I was just telling you on it with watching in recent years. And if you want to do the deep dive on this right now, we can go back and look at all of the first round trades in the last like 2 years. But I think if you look at the trades in recent years, ones where it's not about a team moving from first all the way back to a second, so they pick up a future first the next year, or it's not a team that's jumping up from like 10 up to 1, but it is those teams that are going from 26 to 15, right? Or 29 to 15, that the cost is seemingly has gone down, it feels like, in recent years in covering the drafts, where it did, to your point, King Bomber, 10 years ago, that was the cost. That's what you paid. That's what you got back in return. But it seems like the Jimmy Johnson value chart's been dialed back down in recent years. You can't quite get what you once could exactly get. You still get good stuff, but I think that there's just as much a chance there that you end up on that 16 to 29 and only ending up with like a third and a fourth versus picking up that pure 2 on that side of it. But this is all kind of a guessing game, and who really knows, But we'll do it. I'll talk, if I don't do it right now today, or King Bomb, we'll do a look at recent drafts when we come up to it in the trade down. I'll do a whole video on it. I think it'd be a great video. And what I'll do in that video, King Bomber, is take a look at the last 2 to 3 years in those trades that have been absent those areas that I just talked about, and seeing what the returns really were. And then maybe we get a bit of a better idea exactly on what the true kind of return on that would be at that point. Because there's been a couple where I've just found my eyebrows raised the last few years, King Bomber, in a few of these trades going, wait, that's all they gave up? That's all that other team got back in return for doing that? Oh, that's not worth it. I just find myself on a lot of these trades doing that over and over again. But you could be right. I'm not saying it's hard to say on this, especially as a year-to-year thing. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, maybe you covered this already. Does overall PFF equate to team success? It's a great question. And thank you for the donation. Let us take a look. Let's take a little bit of a peek. So let's take the overall grade of these teams, right? And then, Randall, let's look at the overall grade of these teams and then see where the records fall. So San Francisco 49ers are your highest graded team by PFF this past season at a 95.2, 12-5 record. You've got the Dolphins in there as well. You've got the Dolphins in there as well at 93.7. The Ravens in there at 13-4, 93. Cowboys in there at 12-6. The Lions in there with a 92 rating at 13-5. The Bills in there at 12-6 at 91.8. The Eagles in there at 90 with 11-7. So it would seem to be here, Garth, that we don't have any weird outliers where you have some 5-11 team here in the top 10, right? That it does seem to be that if you have a team that's overall well rated, that there's a very good chance that your then record is going to equate out to winning football. And not just winning football, but the better and higher rated you are. We're seeing with these teams at the top, maybe absent the Dolphins, the more better chance you have for being a contender too. Not just a good team, but being a contending team. So it does seem to track. A couple teams in here that didn't have good records, maybe in the Raiders and the Falcons at 15-16, but again, the difference between them to the Steelers isn't that great at that point. Great question, Randall. It doesn't look like there's too many outliers to me. If you want to call, I guess Oakland and Atlanta at 15-16 on the overall rate, maybe there. If you look at good teams, let's say to the other side of it, you do have You do have let's see if there's any here. So Giants, bad team. Yeah, that tracks. Cardinals, bad team. That tracks. There's no outliers, I guess is what I'm saying on the other side of it. Right? I mean, you do have the Colts, I guess, at 9-8 with the 76.4. Maybe you could say them. But it's all very close, right? Because if you look at the difference of grade between the Vikings at 13 and the, Jaguars here at 23, the 10 spots of difference, there's about a 7-point difference in grade, which is not really that substantial at the end of the day on that, right? It's a little bit of something, but I don't think that there's any outliers here that jump out to me, really. They're small ones if they are, Randall. All right, Randall, thank you for another $2 donation. It says, in-house interview for special teams coach Larry. A lot of coaches go, did you get the job done? Players, did you get the job done? There's no doubt about it when you look at Larry Izzo, not just this year, but over the past few years, he has gotten the job done as a special teams coach. That was your best rated unit of all three of your units, the third ranked unit by PFF this past year, Randall. So Izzo is certainly a guy that's done a good job. I always have, I would have a lot of hesitancy and having a special teams coach as a head coach. It's worked with Harbaugh, and I know there's been maybe a couple in the past that have made it work as well, but he's also had a lot of investment into his special teams unit here in Seattle to make it work. He's had the second highest paid kicker in the sport this past year, one of the highest paid punters in the sport this year. They got guys like Nick Bellore they'll spend for and pay for to essentially just for what he brings for his special teams value. So he does have a lot of help to get there on that. I like what he brings. I hope he stays and hope he does remain, but I couldn't go to head coach with Izzo myself, man. He is a stud, like you say, and he had a hell of a career as a special teamer. But I think you got to go with a little bit more of the brighter minds and the bigger potential hires there. It'd be hard to go, Randall, from Pete Carroll to Izzo. I don't know if you could sell the fan base on that one, But Randall, thank you for your double donos, triple donos. Megan in the house. What's up, Megan Gock Roger? My lady from Dan Inda. Thank you for the $10 donation. The only Harbaugh I want if we don't get Johnson, and it's not Jim. Not sure about Vrabel. The more I look at Quinn, it's a hard no from me. But we'll try to keep an open mind. Open minds are always good with this type of thing because we never know which way they're going to end up leaning or going. And I do think that Schneider at the end of the day is going to hire somebody who's going to be a good hire. It may not be any of our number ones, Megan, It may not be Ben Johnson for you. It may not be Harbaugh for me, but I think we will eventually be pretty happy with the hire that we do land at. Quinn is cooled for me as well, and it's as much off the back end of doing a bit of that deep dive on the video I did on him and looking at some of the full parameters of what he brings to the table and what his defense brings and where he's at a little bit right now. And I just find myself cooling on him versus some of the other candidates that are warming up and that I'm liking more. The more I read about Ben Johnson, the more I like. The more I read about McDonald, the more I like. The more I consider Vrabel, the more I like. But with Quinn, I do find it just cooling, It's getting down to a bit of room temperature for me with that. Vrabel's a guy worth considering and taking a double look at, and maybe one that I should even myself be looking a little bit more closer at. But I do like him, Megan. I think he's did a great job there with the Titans through the years. Tannehill had, I think, the largest cap hit the prior year and the second largest cap hit the entire NFL over this past season. It's going to be very hard to go out there and get winning football when you're paying a guy like Tannehill that kind of money. And there's been a lot of general manager decisions there in Tennessee that have impacted Vrabel in a negative way that he had nothing to really do with. I don't think that he wanted to move on from A.J. Brown. I don't think that was where he was looking to go. I don't think that he wanted to see this offensive line not be built back up into a strength as guys were starting to get older and starting to go out the door. But they've not really attacked the offensive line in that manner in the way that they kind of needed to. So there's been some weird moves there with Tennessee that have, I think, harmed Vrabel on the actual football field that had nothing to really do with him. But I do like him a lot. I think he comes to this team and he's able to maximize out and turn this defense instantaneously around by his presence and his ability to get across the messaging and get it to resonate with players. And then you bring in the right hire offensively. If Megan, it comes with an Arthur Smith combination, that wouldn't be too shabby. That wouldn't be too bad at all. Randall, thank you for another $5 donation. It says, Randall's hottest take, Bo Nix over Michael Penix. Not just because he's right-handed, but better mobility, can throw off schedule, less injury concerns. I I think it's a valid outlook on this to want to lean towards Bo Nix over Penix. It's not just a matter of making this evaluation on them and productivity and them as passers and what they can do as throwers of the football. You have to bring it all into bear. Age, injury history, the throwing off schedule, I think, is a pretty good point on your part, Randall, because with Penix, something that especially has stood out at times this year when he was under pressure is that he starts to move on the run and that accuracy goes into the tank. In a lot of ways, seems to need to kind of have his feet set up underneath him to be able to really deliver that ball in the way that he wants to deliver it, especially from an accuracy standpoint. He always has the velocity that he can go to, but it does seem like the ball tends to sail and get high on him when he starts to move on out the pocket and have to throw off schedule and throw off a little bit off platform as well. It either goes high or he ends up dirting it a bit. It's one of the two. Whereas Nix probably has a little bit more of an ability to throw off platform. I think that there's a little bit of there's a bit of an important point here too, though, Randall, where I do say that with Penix, he does have more of an ability to play with an improvisation, a little bit more of an ability to use subtle movements within the pocket, extend plays, keep his eyes upfield, where with, Nix, it's sort of looking up, I'm going to go. Or if I'm rolling out, I'm looking to throw. All right, we're running. It's a little bit more of that. Penix plays the position like an artist. Nix plays the position like a blacksmith. And that's not necessarily a death knell for me for Nix. I totally get Randall having Nix over Penix. I do, but that would be my one thing with that is whether Nix has that sort of imagination in his game as you go forward to grow in the way he needs to grow to maximize him at the best. But the injury stuff, fair take. Age, fair take. The fact that you don't have to have an offensive line built for Nix to have him find success, I don't think necessarily Randall, which will need to be the case, I think, in Penix's case. Certainly that can get you leaning in Nick's direction. There's a couple of points there to be had as to why you'd go, okay, that's the better route here, is the better way to lean. And they'll be very close. I mean, they're going to be drafted, I think, bang, bang, where maybe not close together, but I think they'll be in the two order one way or the other between the two of them, Randall. And I do think that they are kind of neck and neck right now. But thank you, man. I appreciate you for that. Very kind of you for all the donations in that, Randall. I like Nix. Good strong arm, great mobility. He's going to run a 4.5 40, Randall, which is going to elevate him up boards too as well, right? I think Penix probably runs like a 4.6. Nix will run the 4.5, and he's shown that he can use his legs and get out there and make something happen. Just all these little things that can end up adding up to the totality of pushing Nix over the top of Penix as an overall prospect. Not any one thing, but all of that stuff. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that too. Garth, very, very kind of you. Garth, Randall, thank you so much. Megan, appreciate you. Jordan says, I want to see Lamar Jackson run all over the Niners in the Super Bowl with Shanahan trying to stop it. Nevertheless, a guy named Kyle is brilliant. Kyle is a brilliant offensive mind and knows what he's doing. I think that Ravens defense is just the perfect type of defense. And one of the reasons that McDonald, for me, Garth, the defensive coordinator for the Ravens, is so high on my list is because I think that he would bring to bear a type of defense that could give both Shanahan and McVay offenses into the future fits. He will find a way to create the kind of confusion that they can create on the offensive side of the ball, on the defensive side of the ball. And that's a huge boon to me when it comes to McDonald and his ability. We've seen with Lamar Jackson, he is undefeated against NFC teams since he's come into the National Football League, or maybe has like one loss. He has dominated those teams in those games. He dominated the Niners in the past game they played against Baltimore this year. I think that if you get him in the playoffs, where now you have a Lamar able to go whole hog, meaning that there is no protecting himself. There is no, well, I got to think about tomorrow. I got to think about the playoffs later down this year, so I won't run as much in these situations. You get Lamar to a Super Bowl game where he's had 2 weeks for his body to get right, and he's going to cut whatever defense he goes up against absolutely apart, Garth. I do think that the Niners now are absolutely the lead dog to go take this thing, but Niners, Lions, whoever it may be, they're not going to be able to hold up against Lamar. And if it's really a matter of, from the Ravens standpoint, just get yourself to the Super Bowl and you got the game won. It's a little bit like, it's to a smaller degree, a bit like with us, Garth, in 2013, where, you played the Niners and that was your true Super Bowl that year. And then you played the Denver and that Denver team wasn't close to what that Niner team was. I think that in the AFC, you very well may be seeing the same thing where they've got to play a Buffalo Bill team, maybe in the conference championship, that's really tough. It's really hard to deal with, right? Not your typical kind of cats like that, or a Kansas City team. That wouldn't be an easy one to get through either. Of course they're not. So, but if he can get there, he's going to dominate, Garth. And Garth with another $5 donation. Garth, thank you for all of your donations tonight. I really do appreciate it, brother. Garth says, my hot take is thank you to Bert Koldel for seeing through Pete in order to win forever without Sweet Pete. Yeah, I think there is a big thank you to be had with Bert. He's not a guy that's mentioned a lot out there, or given as much, maybe respect for this decision that's come down as we've been talking about, Garth. The majority of the Seahawks fans find themselves in support of this moving on from Coach Carroll, that this was something that did need to happen. And as we have heard from John Schneider, or not heard John, but heard from Coach Carroll and him saying it was non-football people that made this decision, then certainly Bert was at the head of this in pushing Jody into this direction. And let's also give Jody credit on this, where it was also her in making the decision. But these were the two main parties here that were pushing this decision forward. And whether they were football parties or not, it really doesn't matter whether it's the right decision or the wrong decision is really the key here. And we will see with time where this goes. I do still maintain this will be proven out to be the right decision. Doesn't mean we're going to go get instantaneous success next year, but it does mean that we were stilted, stuck in our ways, and we weren't going to progress as we went in the future really with this team. Even if they did get more talented, there was still going to be a ceiling that their head ran into one way or the other. And Bert recognized this, Jody recognized this, and props to them for doing so, because they made the right decision here. And that's, as I said at the time, ownership doesn't come in there and make constant decisions over the top of its football personnel. But when it does come in there at those key moments, it's got to come in there and make these decisions right, true, and strong, even if they're sometimes the hard decisions to make. It's rarely going to be the easy decision when you're the owner set up in that position to have to make some call. I got to fire this general manager. I got to let go of both my general manager and my coach. It's not an easy call at any point in time. Not usually, unless it's really gone to complete hell. So you got to take advantage when you can well take advantage to do so. And they did so this offseason. So good on them, Garth. Well said. Randall McDaniel and Garth are just smacking that donation button. And man, I appreciate you guys for that. Love you guys. Thank you so much, so very much for all of your support here on this channel. It says Penix is going to Senior Bowl. Do we know if Nix is going as well? Was it you who gave the Russ comp to Nix? Not on creativity, but there are some similarities. Let me look up and see if Bo Nix is going to the Senior Bowl. So Bo Nix is indeed going to be going to the Senior Bowl. I don't know if he's going to do a whole lot. Some of these guys go to the Senior Bowl, Randall, just to get measured up and to do some basic interviewing with teams, and then they don't actually do much practicing or playing in the actual football games. So, we'll really see with that when it comes to those guys. I don't know if either of those two are going to do much when it comes to the Senior Bowl as far as the action. I think it's just measurements, interviews is all you're really going to see from them. I do think that Russ has, if you're looking for me, maybe the closest comp in this draft to a Russell Wilson, the guy that fits most of the marks to what you saw from Russell Wilson, then yes, I do believe that Bo Nix hits those marks. Russell was a 4-5 guy coming out. Bo Nix is going to be a 4-5 guy coming out. Both of them have plus arm strength that they bring to the position coming into the pros. That's nice right out the gate. Both of them have a tremendous amount of starts at the college level, Randall. So that was a part that really jumped out to me. They transferred between different colleges. They were able to go and be a leader at that next place that they went to. Their game continually got better throughout their time in college, being both with Russell and with Nix. So there was always that improvement at play, which leads you to believe that maybe there'll be some more of that improvement at play at the next level. So that's really that's at the start and the end, sort of with their similarities in me. They do seem to be pretty good leaders, but again, with this, Randall, I'm just getting started in the real deep dive evaluation process here. I've looked at a lot of these quarterbacks, of course, but now's the time here as we get to the next 3 months where I really get to get in and really dive into the true parts of comparison between these two players in that way. But on the basis of just how they look on the field at times and what they brought with that, yes, there is a keen difference, as you mentioned, in the improvisation. Nix is not an improviser. Maybe that's something that was dictated to him a little bit there at Oregon. I don't think that's landing something that he would do. That's certainly not Georgia's deal. They let Stetson Bennett go crazy last year back there. So I don't know if that's necessarily something that happens. That just may not, it wasn't really in his bag at Auburn, and it wasn't really much as in his bag here at Oregon. Everything was really kind of heavily scripted up. And of course, with Russell Wilson, he was pure improvisation. He was pure ingenuity on the field and figuring things out at the moment and finding a creative way to get the job done. So that is a very big difference, as that was one of the hallmarks of Russell's game, Randall. But everything else that I mentioned down the line is certainly suited to Bo Nix being very, very close, and what you get from Russell Wilson on that side of things. Yeah. So it's a little bit of, Jaden Daniels gives you the improvisation part of Russ. Nix gives you the I've played for years. I've transferred different programs. I've gotten better with time. You're getting a guy who's really gotten far down the line in his process of progressing as a football player and really improving himself to the utmost. Misfit, I don't know who the coaches would be as far as if you were to bring Ben Johnson in. I don't know what his staff would be comprised of. We don't have any real background there. And you ask about Mike McDonald, a same kind of answer that I'd have to apply here. Would he bring in Wink Martindale? I don't know. I mean, there are some of these kind of questions that I think are just super heavy guesses, my man. You know what I mean? Like, does some other team want to bring Wink Martindale in this offseason? Do they jump to the forefront even if Mike McDaniel gets the job? Does he have just somebody else? And it's a guess where I don't think we just don't know is my answer on that. We don't know what he would look to do. Wink is a possibility, being that he learned at the foot of Wink, but doesn't mean it kind of quite aligns up necessarily. Misfit says, I don't want to plan our coaching search around 2 games for San Francisco every year. No, I don't think so either. And maybe you're speaking to somebody else in the chat there. Zach West, is DeMar Hamlin playing for the Bills still? BS, I'm just wondering because he had his cardiac arrest while playing for the Bills. Yeah, he's still playing for him. Some of the questions you guys ask, a quick Google search. You don't even need me to you just type it in. You have to wait 30 minutes for my response to you guys. There's a quick Google search will indicate some of this stuff. It's very simple. Hans is not against Harbaugh. I based it on the whole dynamic with the 49ers, but usually the second time as an NFL coach, lessons are learned. So go for it. I'm more for the youth movement. Trust John. Well, I'll be probably very supportive on just about any hire here too, to your point on Hans. I'm trusting in John on this hiring, and I do have a preference for Harbaugh. And if you're anti-Harbaugh, I will press at times to say, okay, well, give me the details as a football coach and where he's going to fail here. The culture thing, I guess, is something, in the Pete positive culture thing. And I know Schneider talked about carrying that forward. And certainly, you can just go with Dan Quinn and carry something forward if that's just the whole onus of things. But I think that the team's going to try to apply a little bit more of a deeper search to this position than just that being the end all be all, of continuity, carrying forward a little bit. But, we'll see on that part, I guess. We'll see. I do think, your words are also, I think, where a lot of fans find themselves Harbaugh on that first stint with the Niners that really catches them. But I think he's done some good work since then. I think that, I think it'd be a great hire. But again, I'm okay with the youth movement too as well. It doesn't have to be just Harbaugh or bust. BB, I'm for Mike Vrabel as a head coach if you can surround a good coordinator and let him focus on the defense. That's where I think the potential of the combination, Arthur Smith, his former offensive coordinator with the Titans, who got a head coaching job with the Atlanta Falcons and didn't do so great there necessarily, but still who really has a good approach to the offensive side of the ball, and who would be able to really maximize out Kenneth Walker and Charbonnet here. Yeah, that would be just the coordinator you think would probably come in tandem with Vrabel, as Smith is not likely to get another head coaching job this offseason. Rockman Drums, Quinn was a courtesy call, just saying. Ryan Ball, the only question I have about Harbaugh is, what is he like when things aren't going well? Up until this year, he was the best at getting his players to continuing playing hard and not fall apart. Well, I would just say, I guess, Ryan, to that I can't think of there being any real destination where his players weren't playing hard for him, be it Michigan, Stanford, San Francisco. I mean, San Francisco at the end, Colin Kaepernick started to get reduced as a quarterback at that time. The league started to kind of figure out what he could and couldn't do and started to force him into a box of doing the things he didn't do well. You had a team that was getting older with your Patrick Willis's retirements and Navarro Bowman's knee injury that was never back right the same way. Dante Whitner moving on out of town. Justin Smith, the fine defensive lineman they had there, having to retire. They got old. The team got older along the way, but they always played hard for him. And that Michigan team played hard for him. And so it's, when it comes to what is Harbaugh like when things aren't going so well? Well, he went to Michigan there initially, and he didn't have necessarily the greatest of success there. He got him turned around in the first season, but then there was a little bit of a dip there. There was a little bit of a challenge there where he wasn't getting just great success there out the gate. And then he did. He found his way. And you see in that team, both from the coaching staff and the players, ultimate support of Harbaugh coming out of that program. And I think that does, to me, show evidence, Ryan, of an ability to keep people motivated even in bad times. The issues there with Niners were never within the locker room or between the players and Harbaugh. It was between him and the front office and Trent Baalke's approach to drafting and player acquisition. King Bomber, really the only good player that you could have used in that first round was Kyle Hamilton. Yep. And even then, it was going to be hard to do that, King, because you had the two safeties that you had already invested in at the position. Even that, you couldn't really pull out. Maybe Tyler Smith? Yeah, maybe. You'd have to trade back on that one. Thank you again, Garth and Randall, for all your donations. Appreciate you. Rand the Cut says, the only way I'll tolerate Harbaugh is if we win a ring. Just to stick it to the whiners. Let's go. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Ryan says, all I know is we need a great defensive coordinator. If it's our head coach or DC, I don't care. Amen. Preach, Ryan. Preach. I'm with you on it. Jordan says, I prefer a defensive coach. Do not like defensive-minded head coaches in today's NFL. I think he meant OC. Ryan Ball, so if we hire a new young mastermind offensive coordinator like Sean McVay, out of all the defensive minds that don't get a head coaching job, which one would you prefer? Well, I think McDonald, Ryan, would be my main defensive coordinator kind of hire. I would gravitate towards. And then Vrabel is the number 2 behind him. And Jordan, I would probably avoid Slowick too. I think he needs another year. Slowick feels like he's in the spot Ben Johnson was last year, where he just needs another year. Give me another year through the gauntlet to really show that you can do it again, which is what Ben Johnson did this season. Slowick might get a job, but it does feel a little bit premature to me. Jordan, Bengals OC, Callahan, very nice as well. He's done some great work out there. Very productive offense. Yeah, I think Ben just strikes me as the better candidate between Frank Smith and the other OC that they're looking at. I forget the guy's name now here at the top. Whoever it is out there. But yeah, I think he's the better candidate. He's at the time. Slowick. So Slowick's kind of where Johnson was last year. He needs another year to show he can do it. And Frank Smith doesn't call the plays out there at Miami. You wonder what's really Mike McDaniels, what's really truly the impact of Frank Smith there. Cameron Robinson says, what a B if we interview for a head coach like we have drafted the last 2 years, then it's a no-brainer, Jim Harbaugh. We drafted for the best player, not for needs. I love the way you put that, Cameron, and I do hope you are right. If the process takes you in the direction you've had the drafts taking you, which is a value-based approach, you're damn skippy. You should end up with Jim Harbaugh. But I hope so. I will be doing handstands here if we got Harbaugh in here. You're going to see an excited Brandon here if Harbaugh's the guy. I will be doing the hard sell to you like a used car lot with 2 cars left on the lot, and they got to pay their rent that month. Yeah. Jordan, McDonald's is also the type of defensive coordinator that I'd be okay with. Me too. Done a great job. Going back, like you said, going to Michigan and teaching up their staff, and then come back with the Ravens and dominating. Big Hawk, I want a head coach who can bite kneecaps off, kick you in the teeth. I won't say no to that. DVD forever. Give me Ben Johnson at OC, Patrick Graham at defensive coordinator, and Mike Vrabel as a head coach. That's the trifecta, or another head coach other than Harbaugh. I don't think that Vrabel would work with Graham. Graham is very blitz adverse to the Carroll-like degree. He just wants to drop guys into coverage and trust a front four. It's also more kind of front four based. Yeah, Ben Johnson's not going to leave the lines. I love where your head's at, DVD, but he's not going to leave the lines for a lateral move. Ben Johnson's going to get a head coaching job this offseason. You guys got some great thoughts on this. I love where you're coming from. It's inventive. Maybe not in the spectrum of possible. Ooh. And as always lately, folks, we got a lot of internal discussion in the chat. So if you do have a question for me in particular, it's hard to kind of pick through what somebody's trying to reference to me versus reference to somebody else. I always just do ask, there's actually something that you guys got specific for me in the chat. As this chat starts to get more and more as we're expanding here, it's getting a little bit more and more to where there's the internal discussion, which is fantastic. I'd love to see that. But just if you want me to reference something to what you're saying or a question, do put HN, Hawks Nest, something within there, because it does get hard to kind of pair through when there's so much internal discussion going on between where you guys are having some debates or just discussions on stuff. So I do kind of am looking to kind of pull from that as much as I can't do as much of the forever as we did one time where I could read every comment in the book. We just have too many people coming through here anymore to be able to do that. So please do, if you do have that reference in that way, and then I know when you guys are having discussions amongst each other or when you're actually looking for me to reference something you guys are talking about. Greg Camp, Brennan, do you think Johnson, Morris, and McDonald make a good combination of coaches for Hawks? So Greg, this is a little bit like the Johnson coming over and being an OC. McDonald is not going to do a lateral move. Just like Ben Johnson's not going to do a lateral move. These guys are in line to be head coaches. And if they're not going to be head coaches, then they're just going to remain as a defensive coordinator for the Ravens. You know, why would you leave the Ravens at that point if you're Mike McDaniel from his perspective, Greg, and leave the best defense in the league to go to this league worst defense that you've got to go re-put all back together again from scratch? Number one, the Ravens wouldn't let him go for the lot of he's under contract with us. You can't have him. Number two, I just don't think McDonald would do this. So I love your creativity, Greg. There was somebody else just above you there that was kind of coming up with that same kind of creativity and thinking, well, wait, we'll bring Vrabel in, and then Ben Johnson will be our OC, and then Patrick Graham will be our DC. But those guys, McDonald and Johnson are getting head coaching jobs if they stay at the same place they're at. They're not moving laterally over. You don't see that in the NFL, which is always my baseline on this kind of stuff is, what do we have in recent histories as far as offensive coordinator, defensive coordinators just laterally going to this other team in an offseason, especially when they're having tremendous success at their current stop? It's just not, it's not in play. It's not a possibility. So we'll kind of just push through on that one a little bit with it. Chicken God, which head coach candidate do you think can bring in the best group of coaches with him? Harbaugh. He has a rich history in both the NFL at the college level. He's got an endless amount of possible candidates that he can draw upon to bring here, who have had great success at the different levels. So Harbaugh to me is by far and away the one that I would trust the most in building a staff. Behind him, probably Vrabel. Greg Kemp says if Taysom Hill could do what Bo Nix does, he would have gotten a chance as a starting quarterback. I see Bo Nix as more of a mobile Derek Carr type. Yeah, I'd agree with that. He's going to be Nix drafted right around where Derek was drafted. I like it. Yeah, that's a fair comp. Totally fair comp. We got some great internal discussion going on here in the chat. I'd love to see it. Garth Knight, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate you for that. Garth, and all of your donations tonight, man. Very kind of you. No offense to football fans, but am I supposed to think Russ is incapable of learning Sean Payton's system? Wow. If he's that brilliant, maybe he could teach math. Ironically, I'm not sure he's not qualified. Yeah, I don't think that there's a thing with Russ, Garth, when it comes to his ability to take on Payton's system. That is one where he's doesn't have the ability from a mental aptitude standpoint. I think Russ certainly has the mental aptitude to run an offense. I think some of it comes from a bit of it's so on time, on script. It's throwing to the middle of the field. It's much more to me, Garth, of it being a system that's not built to Russell Wilson's strengths and forcing him into things that he doesn't do as well or want to do as much, especially when it comes to throwing over the middle and having to kind of make some of those throws blindly. Which that's what you have to do at his kind of size at times. And so much of Payton's offense is built on that timing-based approach. And that's really where more of it to me sits, is it's not that Russ is incapable of learning any offensive system. It's just that you have to put him in the right system that builds upon his strengths and not leans into his weaknesses. And in Payton's playbook, it's going to too often, in my opinion, lean into his weaknesses. And then from there, it seemed like Payton just took it down to a rudimentary approach of, okay, we'll just have you throw swing passes then and throw it deep since you can't execute my offense. And that's not super fair to Russ in that respect of things, because it's just, that's not you have Russ, you need to commit to building the offense around him. And if you're spending that much money on him like the Broncos would, you could make the argument that Payton need to take a little bit of a stronger hand and doing a little bit of less of, here's what I do, here's my thing, and more of, let me try to get more out of this guy. Let me try to truly put him in a position for success and optimizing what he does best. The things that Payton said he was going to do going into that place, I don't know if in retrospect he was as committed as he said he was going to be in that respect to doing that, Garth, right? Where he talks out big time on Coward about, I'm going to take the Russell Wilson greatest highlight videos and we're going to implement that into our playbook and that's what we're going to do. I think that was kind of some big talk that wasn't exactly when he actually got hired. I think there was really, from his standpoint of, I like the Denver job. I like how much I'm going to get paid here. I like the potential of redoing this again in a new place, a fresh start. I don't know if I as much like the Russell Wilson quotient of this. And I don't know if he was as honest with it on that part of it in his approach to it. But thank you for the $10 donation. I do appreciate you for that. And all your donos tonight, brother. Brian says it's very difficult to translate Nix in college because the system is get it out in less than 3 seconds or run. Won't do that in the NFL scheme. So what makes it very hard for him with me and my evaluation of him, Brian, and what makes it hard for me to have him up into the first round. I think that's where why I put him into that second round point, is that is the risk in drafting him. Is it doesn't mean that he can't eventually do it, but he hasn't been asked to do it, which much more likely means he can't do it than he can. And in the NFL, you've got to be able to play off script. Not everything is going to be built free and easy for you. There's got to be times that you can improvise and do things that are going to be outside the box. DVD, if Nix were to fall was in a late round, then great, but people trimming his visual talents and stats to nothing more than a system is just nonsense. You can't teach basics. Well, some of the evaluation for me too, again, with this DVD with Nix goes back to his time with Auburn. So it's not just watching him in one season, but having watched him for a lot of different years. And while he has improved, and when you look at them play the game, I think it's a little bit like Brian says, a lot of what the throws are scripted up to get the ball out of his hands in under 3 seconds. And I just don't think that that's as easily translatable to the NFL level as how NFL offenses run. There's some of those throws in NFL offenses, but not in a way that you feel like you can run it 24/7. Greg Kemp, I could see Bo Nix being a good fit with Sean Payton also. Absolutely. He will He will slide into fitting to the form that Peyton teaches him to do it. That's where I do trust in Nick. If you give him an A, B, C, D, E to go down the line on and you make it very specific, he's got that. He can do that very well. Quarterback is always as much anything about landing zones and the proper landing spot, the proper coaches. That really does drive it as much as everything. The Snail says, B, I haven't heard you talk about Jai Evero or Lincoln Riley. I think both could be good. Riley might need JS to get his defense squared, though. I don't think that Lincoln Riley has done enough to be an NFL head coach. I understand he's a name and he's a high profile guy with a lot of that name attraction point to him. But when I look at Lincoln Riley and the stops he's had recently with Oklahoma and USC, they've been okay. And he can certainly put together a pretty good offense. But I don't know in Lincoln Riley if I see a guy that looks ready to necessarily or who's done enough on his resume to earn an NFL job versus some of the other candidates that are out there. I can't even put him up into in my opinion, I wouldn't even have him in the top 10 personally. He's got more work to do at the college level. A Jairo Evero, I would have higher than Lincoln Riley, and a guy that they are, of course, interviewing Snail for the job. Did great work with the Broncos. You look at the Broncos defense after he left. And I did talk about, too, Snail, we did the show. If you get a chance, check out Snail, the show of the outside the box coaching hires that we did just yesterday, because I did take a really long look a little bit more at the Ajay Evero concept and him as a possibility. He was one of about 12, 13 guys we've looked at on this. We did kind of a deep dive yesterday, Snail, on those guys. He was one of those ones that we looked at. So the Denver defense went downhill when he left. That certainly stands out. You can't hold him really heavily responsible for the Panthers defense this year because it wasn't necessarily the most talented of defensive units. And then you have an offense that's 3-and-out city there with Bryce Young leading the way on the other side of it. And so a lot of a defense getting wore down throughout the course of a game because the offense just can't hold up their end of the bargain. But Evero did awesome work with the Broncos. His star seems to be on the rise. He understands the Vic Fangio scheme, and he's one of the few guys like Sean Desai out there or Staley when he was with the Rams who was able to actually run the Vic Fangio scheme and run it successfully, right? That seems to be the onus on him is you might have the Fangio scheme, but do you really know how to run it? And with this guy, yeah, he does know how to run it. So Ajay Evero is an interesting candidate to me. I'd have him in probably my top 10-ish, maybe like 10. But another guy to me that feels like a little bit in Snail with the recent work he did with Carolina, it's a little early. I when it comes down to it, Snail, of course, I can talk about this guy's all right, but you have no track or no success. I want to lean into this hire being one that where have we had the most success before? Chuck Knox, Mike Holmgren, Coach Carroll. So I maybe I'm wrong for this, and maybe I'm out of pocket for this, and maybe I'm just old school in my thinking on this one, right? Maybe I've just got kind of the old head attitude with this one just a little bit. But I am typically led by what's been a track record for the team for success and what's taken us to the best success in the years in watching football. And I'm informed in that way that a Jai Evero or a Lincoln Riley or some of these guys that you mentioned, that not you personally, Stan, but some of the other mentions I see are just guys that haven't done enough to earn their way to be getting a head coaching job. There's more to be done for those guys. And I'd much rather go for the less of the completely untested and more for the certainty. Because, he did good work with the Broncos, but this will be a complete question mark when he walks in the door here in Seattle. And that's what you would be saying with the Gyro, which I don't want. I don't want that question mark kind of thing, Green Bomber, yeah, Lincoln Riley, I don't know if he sucks low-key, but it's not the reputation that he's been afforded at times versus what he's actually done on the field seems to be a little bit of a difference on that, UDB, I'm trying to talk in general to everyone, but I'm being shunned in my opinions. Well, let's definitely be respectful of everybody in our opinions on this. I try to be so on mine, even if I disagree. So hopefully the chat's being that way on it. I'm sorry if that's the case on a DVD. I'm sorry to hear that. I watched Brandon. What position group are you wanting in the earlier rounds in the draft? And if you know specific players? Well, I think what strikes me in the first round that stands out as a real straightforward pathway here I watch is that you trade back in the first round, pick up an extra pick, and then go get the best lineman you got on the board. Is it Cedric Van Pram from Georgia at the center position? Is it Cooper Bebe from Kansas State at the guard? Is it Graham Barton from Duke? You go and you get the best offensive lineman on the board. You trade back at that point. When it comes to targeting early in the draft, I would be taking a look at the trenches. Offensive line and the defensive line would be the two places that I would attack mainly, I watch. Not edge, but defensive line, offensive line. And if I took a third on a priority look of a position that we've got to address and attack, I think has got to be middle linebacker. So front seven, mainly though the interior of the front seven, the middle of your front seven, and then the middle of your offensive line. But offensive line first and foremost. Guard, center, then get me back over to the defensive line, and then the middle linebacker, and really have that as a priority because those are the positions that need most upgrading. Those need the most jump from where they were to where you want to take them. I'll be right back, folks. Okie dokie. Only Drew Brees and only Chase Daniel and Drew Brees had the gray matter to understand Sean Payton's system. Probably. And do please, folks, be super respectful with each other in the chat if we can, even in disagreement. King Bomber Graham is the Raiders defensive coordinator, yes. And we have wouldn't be. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure on your question, King, on that, but yes, was the answer. Brian Myers says, now that Pierce has been confirmed in Vegas, I don't see Graham going anywhere. Good point. Very good point. Randall, thank you for the $5 donation. Besides Harbaugh, what college coach would you be most excited about? Lincoln Riley? No. As you can hear on the Lincoln Riley thing, from my standpoint, I think he's a name. I think he's kind of a... look, when he got hired in USC, I was super excited about him as anybody else. But I said at that time, he's got work to do at USC. It wasn't a perfect stay there at Oakland or at Oklahoma. And yeah, he got a couple of first-round quarterbacks taken, number 1 overall in the draft in Baker Mayfield and Kyler Murray, and even Jalen Hurts. Some of the success he had is off the back of his work, I think, there with Lincoln Riley at Oklahoma. But he's gone to USC, and it's not been a smooth, easy fit there. It's not been the greatest thing. And that's with Caleb Williams, a guy that's like a number 1 overall pick. You know, you've got a lot of college quarterbacks you get through that are really good and perform really well, but what about the rest of your team? With Lincoln Riley, I'm going, yeah, that's what I come to when I look at him. I go, what about the rest of your team? I think that there's just more work to be done for Lincoln Riley at the college level to prove he is ready to be a head coach at the NFL level. Quite frankly, at this point, Randall, I've done a deep dive look into the college coaches that are available out there, those guys that might be a good fit or a good possibility here in Seattle, any potentiality that exists out there. And quite frankly, from my perspective on this, Randall, I don't see it. Kirby Smart might be a guy that comes to mind a little bit there, but he seems a guy that's a little bit in that Dabo Sweeney of he's going to stay at the college level permanently. I I don't see anybody else out across the college landscape that strikes me as somebody that I would be excited about or happy with as a head coaching hire. Not even really any names absent a guy like Lincoln Riley. There's just even a name that's kind of on the rise out there in those ranks. So I looked through some names. I could give you some names out there of guys that are putting together good programs, but not guys that I think that have anywhere near where you would think this is a legit guy for a head coaching hire at the NFL. You know, it's in a lot of ways as weak as it's ever been at the college level, Randall, in the available candidates that are out there in that respective things. It seemed like if you go back 20 years, there was always a little bit more guys that you could kind of pick through, you know. Garth Knight with a $2 donation. Thank you, Garth. It says, Lincoln Riley is the coach of the Star Wars sequels. That's right. That's right. They're the same man. You never see him in the same place at the same time, right? What's the guy's name? Abrams. He is Abrams and Riley. But he is. He's a guy with a lot of flash and dash to him. I think that's actually a really good comparison on your part, Garth. He's a guy with a lot of flash and dash to him, but not a guy with a lot of tangibility behind him. You know, not a lot of really with the results there. If you're going to measure him up against other college coaches that have had similar success that aren't being talked about as real true blue head coaching hiring possibilities, you know. Shoot, I might have taken Garth, Jed Fish, the Huskies' new head coach, over Lincoln Riley at this point, with the work that he's done down in Arizona versus the work that Riley's done at USC. We want to get quite frank about it. You know, if I want to get hard lined. Don Mata. And thank you, Don, again for becoming a member of the channel. I don't Jim Harbaugh wants this. I don't Jim Harbaugh wants this job. I think Don, and maybe a word got left out there. I don't Jim Harbaugh wants this job. John Harbaugh described him as one of the best roster builders. He really wants the general manager job because I think it's his biggest. Okay, I understand what you're saying there now, John. So it very well may be the case. In regards to John Harbaugh's comments, I don't think that they directly are indicative of the fact that Harbaugh is demanding roster club control. So it's something that's mentioned a lot, Don, that where the connections being made by a lot of folks here from my perspective on this between Harbaugh and wanting the general managership or wanting essentially somewhat oversight. Maybe he wants to just hire his general manager by the way that some people talk about it. My only thing with this has been this. Number one, we've got nothing as really true confirmation that that's what he's wanting. It's a lot of kind of guesswork. Maybe he'll want it. Maybe he won't. We don't have Harbaugh coming out and saying, wherever I go with the next head coaching job, I want to have player oversight, player club control. And that's been my only part on this, is that before we get to magnanimous statements of certainty, we've got to have some absolute backing into that's what is absolutely the case into what's going on. We can't do that with Harbaugh right now when it comes to that general manager request. We don't know. I've also, Don, seen reports of the fact that he's not going to require that. But I think no matter what reports are out there or what his brother's saying in one respect, we're going to have to just see how that all plays out to really see if that's an inhibiting factor. And until we know for sure, we don't, kind of know for sure when it comes to that. It's possible. And I think, Don, to your point, if it was the case that he was absolutely demanding that that's the control that he wants, I don't think that Schneider would have him in play as a hire. But I don't know for sure if at this point that's really his demands. Let's also remember with this, Don, how many coaches across the NFL right now have club control? I think we're just about down to like almost zero. I'm sure Andy Reid's got a lot of sway in his building and what he gets to say, but this is about the amount of coaches that you have out there with player club control. So this would be the other key to this. I'd ask you, Don, is that Harbaugh, if he does even want it, is there really the team that's going to accommodate that request? Being that NFL teams are driving off of this more than they ever have before in a 40-year period of the NFL. I go back 25 years ago, I could probably find a half dozen coaches that were also the general managers for their teams. I get to the modern age now, and the two remaining general managers that were also coaches for their teams, being Bill Belichick and basically Pete Carroll, have been let go by their respective teams. And you have to wonder if in part, those letting of those coaches go, Don, especially in Belichick's case, I know this to be the truth, came from some of their personnel control background, not as much as necessarily just from what they were doing as a coach, which would lead even more teams to be more apprehensive about signing up for a coach who has player control in that way. But I do hear it a bunch on Harbaugh. I'm not as sure on that. DVD says, I already know that Brandon isn't on board with Lincoln as most others. There are too many current NFL coaches that stand out a lot more. Well put, DVD, and that's exactly where I stand on it. Lincoln has a possibility of raising his star up to a place of earning that right to be a head coach, but he's got more work to do versus others who've done the work, who have the resume in place, who've earned that right to be head coaching hires. Look at a guy like McDonald, who, goes to Michigan, shows you he can teach a whole staff how to run this new defense, also gets the players in alignment and running the new defense, then comes back to the Baltimore Ravens to take over for Wink Martindale, his teacher in many respects, and takes this defense much higher and further and farther than Martindale ever did with it. And Martindale had some very talented Ravens defenses. That's McDonald earning his way, earning his stripes. And that should put him at a higher point than a guy like Lincoln Riley. And Ben Johnson, much the same way. Different reasons, but kind of much the same way. Jordan says the system makes it hard to evaluate him because you don't know what he can and can't do at every level of game. Oh, you mean like Knicks? Bomber, I'm not against Harbaugh coming here. Didn't really watch football when the Harbaugh-Carroll rivalry strong. That makes sense. If you had, you might be more anti. Jamarcus Wright, Hawks Nest. Hey, don't really have much to say. Just wanted to say what's up. Also, could you rank the top potential head coach candidates by how likely they are in your opinion? Ooh. Holy moly. How likely they are. Okay. I got you on this, Jamarcus. I got you. We'll go with the top 5. I think that if you're talking about ranking the likelihood, as it feels right now, and Jamarcus, I'm making this call completely in the dark because we don't know which way John's leaning, but just off of his comments this past week, I would think that the likelihood would be that they would look to target a Ben Johnson. I think Dan Quinn is a number 2, number 3 of Rabel, number 4 of Mike McDonald, and number 5. I don't know what number 5. And likelihood, probably another offensive-minded guy for 5. I'm spacing on the name right now, Jamarcus, but probably another offensive mind in there at 5. Something like that. That's a guess, though, brother. I don't know, man. John didn't give us a lot of showing his hand yesterday. You know what I mean? Good to see you in the chat, though. Hope you're having a great night. DVD, I thought I typed instincts, not basics. Sorry if that's what I typed. I meant to say you can't teach instincts in a system with Knicks. It's true. Instincts are something that you kind of have on the field or not. That inherent feel for the game or you don't. It's hard to kind of teach those kind of things. Ryan Ball says, Harbaugh sucks. He couldn't beat the best defense to ever be put together. Obviously a joke. Yes, sir. DVD says, Hawks Nest, what do you think of these at any position? Browns defensive coordinator, Jets defensive coordinator, Johnson or Graham? Ben Johnson would be the one that I would take. I don't think DVD, again, remember on this, as I'll say, you're not going to take a guy that's a defensive coordinator here and pull him over to be a defensive coordinator here. He's got to have the upgrade to go to the other job. So you're mentioning kind of like, well, how do we move take from those staffs, put your staffs together while having some of them take kind of a lateral move. You won't get the lateral move. And the new head coach, DVD, is going to want to build up his own roster with his own guys. He's going to want to make a lot of those determinations. So Ben Johnson would be the guys you listed that I would go to over any of the others as far as head coaches go. And then who he hires as a defensive coordinator is kind of anybody's guess at that point. I'm not sure. Kind of could be anybody. Hans Van Nine, props on yesterday's show, by the way, Brandon. Great analysis. On Ajay Evero with the new head coaching hire in Carolina, he could be available to hire for us. Small chance, but man, grab it if we get an OC and head coach. Well, we were talking about on that very stream, and thank you for those kind words, Hans. We were talking on that very stream about a potential dream team scenario you could have where if Ajay Evero is let go by the Panthers, with their new coach coming in, they want to bring their own guy, that you could then bring him in here as your DC, maybe then if he's let go. And then Ben Johnson comes in as your OC. And that would be a hell of a combination. Hell of a combination, I think. Maybe a bit of a daydreaming, but it still would be pretty good. Snail says, who do we think Pumpkin's hiring? Are we Harbaugh? Are we hiring Harbaugh? He said, yeah. You saw it. That was a yeah. That's cat speech right there. CMCY later. I'm a Niners fan with an orange cat. I'm conflicted. She reels you in, man. She reels you in. They ain't here for me. Brian says Panthers haven't hired anyone yet. Frontrunner's Brian Callahan. He makes a lot of sense there. Guy's done some great work with the Bengals, man, offensively, and the productivity with getting Burrow to at the level he's gotten with an offensive line that hasn't always been great. What he got out of Jake Browning and the productivity from that offense, even in times when they're not able to run the ball consistently. CMC says, as a rival, I love a rivalry and this orange dude. Well, thank you, man. Orange cats are the best cats. I don't have to tell you that. She's a good girl. Yeah. Very good girl. Greg, Brandon, I saw a video today saying Hawks' first pick in the draft will be a defensive tackle, Byron Murphy. What do you think about him? And would you like that pick? I probably struggled to get Byron Murphy up into the first round. No. I don't know that he's done a lot to separate himself on film from the collection of the many other defensive tackles in this draft that you could have just go and get in the second round. I mean, when it comes down to it, what's the difference between him and a Tyleek Williams, Chris Jenkins, Deontay Corleone, Brandon Dorlus, Tyler Davis, Leonard Taylor? I mean, a lot of those guys all kind of run together for me. But I first look at Byron Murphy. I think that's the kid out of Texas. If that's the same guy I'm thinking of, he's not a first round pick. There's no way he's done enough on tape to be a first round pick. That people are really putting him up in that spot. We got to get into this evaluation process because we can start to steer this that way a little bit more easier. Yeah, I can't see it, Greg. I didn't see it on the tape with Byron. He's a nice 3 tech. He was very highly rated by PFF this past year, but I can't go. Lord Boom, aloha Hawks Nest, aloha brother Brandon, aloha. Good to see you in the house. Snail says we need Lane Kiffin. Well, Young Grenade says, bro, this John Gruden lawsuit's getting spicy. They are. He wants to burn the house down, supposedly, with this lawsuit. He's not interested in settling. He doesn't care what the NFL throws at him as far as cash. He feels like his career's been put in the kaput zone, and that's by the NFL specifically and some of what they did, and he wants revengeance. Proper says the cat is a Niners fan, I could tell. And Garth, you're right, all style and no substance. He absolutely tore apart those Star Wars sequels, and Abrams is the most hated for me of any of the directors out there working in the modern age. I despise him at his worst. Dave Runs 13-1 says, go Pack, go. Love Garfield sitting next to you. Thank you, Dave. Best of luck to you guys this week. Hopefully you can pull it off. That was a hell of a win this last week, and I think you got the Niners a lot more nervous than the Dallas Cowboys were going to have them. I'll say that. Hans Van Nine, Brandon, how far off was Pumpkin on the prediction video before the season? Don't remember the record. Was it 11-6? She had us at 12-5. So she was off by about 3 games. I think I put a little bit too much salmon on the plate, quite frankly. Left a little bit too much salmon on the plate. Got her confused. Sales says B. Daniel Jeremiah has said that Harbaugh doesn't want control. He just wants someone who he's comfortable working with. That's what I've also heard, Snail. That's where I go a little bit of the folks that are hardlining on Harbaugh's going to want control. We're hearing from guys and even connected guys in NFL circles like a Daniel Jeremiah that this is not necessarily what Harbaugh is insisting upon. And this is where we come a little bit full circle to Snail Schneider, and that Schneider has now had a really rich history with not only working with the coach and working well with the coach over the past 14 years, but working with the coach who actually had oversight over him, being that maybe he's not going to be your typical general manager who's just my way or the highway, or like Trent Baalke was with the Niners, the guy that Harbaugh, of course, locked horns with. So if that's the case, there's a little bit more hope that maybe there's a connection to be had there between Harbaugh and Schneider, and that Schneider's a uniquely built GM to work with Harbaugh in that way, to make sure that he's not only facilitating his vision, but facilitating Harbaugh's vision. Not just, here's the players, I give you the players, you make them work. You know, that kind of attitude, some general managers have. I don't think that that's Schneider's way necessarily. And maybe even just working with Carroll in that way and with that dynamic forced him to not be that way. But I think that's a little bit of where you could see the working relationship go together between them rather than come apart between a Harbaugh and Schneider because of that kind of unique history that Schneider's got. And no, sorry, whole hand grenade. I wish I could give you guys a college coach I'm interested in, but I'm not. I've looked back in at the coaching candidates at the college level, and I find myself walking away feeling unimpressed. I don't think it's very, maybe I'm underselling the college scene a little bit as it stands right now. It just feels like it's a little bit of a thin time right now for that kind of thing to go. And the candidates at the coaching level are much more attractive to me, especially again too. And it's worth just making sure I say this out loud, because I think this is a part when in some of your guys' questions, remember when you guys ask me this stuff, I'm drawn at the head of this to what's provided us success, right? This isn't just a decision that happens where Carroll goes now and I want to just go look at all the candidates and then that it's all just a Carroll gone, look at candidates, don't think about anything in your past history that's happened. I'm a big guy on this when it comes to a lot of things across the board as far as team goes. What in your history as an organization has provided you success? Finding the track record of guys that have been NFL coaches before, that have had NFL success before, that understand how to build and put together a program. And this is the track record for your 3 best hires over a 50-year period. So when it comes to when you guys ask about college coaches, is that a guy that's going to meet to those marks? Is that a guy that's going to fit to those necessities that I want to lean into on the next coach I go to? No, they won't. So there really isn't a guy then that I'm going to want to bring here, because I want to lean a little bit in that old direction because it's brought us the best success. Why try to reinvent the wheel if you've got a certain standard of an approach that's brought you that kind of success in the past and has done so 3 times over when you've gone down this route in the history of your organization? There's been times when you look in 20, 30, 40 years ago, I think, where there was 4, 5, 6, 7 true, really good coaches at the college level that you could say are ready to go be pros, ready to go be a head coach at the NFL level. I just don't think that that's the case right now. I think we're in a little bit of a lean time when it comes to the head coaches at the college level. DVD Forever B, are you waiting for the Ravens or the Lions season to end? Are we waiting? Well, we've requested DVD. You do a Zoom interview with both those guys, but with Johnson and McDonald, you're doing a Zoom interview with both of them, which is indicative of the fact that there may be a follow-up interview with them after the Zoom call. So there's certainly interest from the Seahawks there, and you're not going to be able to go full on get an interview with them until you get to the end of the season, because they're in the middle of their playoff run, of course. Kevin O'Connell, what's up? It's good to see you in the house. Or boom, I like Slowick or Ben Johnson. Those are my 2 top guys. I like Slowick. I think he needs another year. Ben Johnson, though, he's my number 2, so we're right there with you. CMC Later says, how do I train my orange cat to be a podcast host? Well, you got an orange cat. That already helps you out the gate. Next, you got to get the cat tree next to the camera. And then always keep a hearty bag of salmon treats in your pocket. And she won't be far. Hans says, I think they will hire after the Super Bowl, not before, so they can be thorough and get the best hire. Agreed. And this is going to be a trend league-wide, Hans, where you're going to see more. The NFL's kicked in these rules now to hardline the Rooney rule and to make sure these teams slow down their process a little bit. So I'd imagine that all of these coaching searches are going to take a couple of weeks. Proper says, do you guys see the leaks of the new Seahawks unis? They look better. They do. And we're bringing back the old school into it, which I really love. It's going to look tight, Proper. It's going to look real tight. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, I want to hear Wink Martindale singing George Michael's Teacher. Teacher, there are things I don't understand. Mike McDaniel taking my defense to the top. Oh, teacher. He's singing in the shower, Garth, when he's thinking about how his protege took the Ravens defense farther than he took it for 3 or 4 years. You know, he's just soaping himself in tears. Teacher, there are things. Oh, I could see it. Lord Boom, if you look up on, go to Reddit, go to the Seahawks Reddit board. I believe you can go find the leaked unis over there. If I can find it. Leaked uniforms. Throw SO leaked unis. It's more of the rumor, I think I saw. I didn't actually see the... But rumors are strong on this one. Can't find it. Kevin O'Connell says, watching Brendan, I'm liking Canales. Canales is a guy with a definitely star on the rise. You know, Kevin, for sure. He's a little bit in the same place I put Slowick, where I'm like, yeah, may need another year. May need one more year to get himself into that place of really being a true head coaching possibility. Yeah, the description was leaked on Twitter. But it does sound like, or Reddit, sorry. Yeah, Reddit. Graphic savvy people made a concept designs based on the description. They look clean. Nice. Well, just the fact that they're going to the old school uni, which everybody was asking for across the nation this year to be the full-time jersey, was a good thing. Lord Boom says, guys, I really love our throwback uniforms. Well, I call them the original Seahawks uniform, just the ones we had when I was growing up, but the royal blue with the Kelly green and the silver helmet, right on target. Hell yeah. Agreed. DVDs Forever says, I could see Graham taking a lateral position to come to a better organization as a future opportunity for a head coach. The Raiders aren't exactly well managed. Nope, but I think you do have to, at that point, have the Raiders being willing to let him out of his contract, which I don't know if they would be willing to do necessarily. And again, you just don't see it very often. You see it very, very inoften, especially DVD if you're talking about how that Raiders team finished up, and with Antonio Pierce remaining there, that I think all of that would lead more, as someone else said above, to him probably remaining. If it's going to hold fit to form on that. Boom says, Pumpkin actually tried. He got close. Kevin O'Connell, Harbaugh trying to get immunity in Michigan. He's a gangster. He is. Yeah, that's one of the things that maybe is a part of this process, that he doesn't end up leaving Michigan because he's trying to get the more certainties in his contract that if he were to be suspended, he could still be paid and not fired by Michigan for the NCAA bringing down some rules. CMCY later, Harbaugh in Seattle's bad news for the Niners. It is. He would put, I think, the Niners teams a little bit on, that Niner team would be put on point at that point if you brought him in as a head coach. That would certainly get that organization's attention. Kevin O'Connell, I cannot for the life of me see how people still defend Dan Quinn. His numbers don't lie. Yeah, I think it's more of a lot of the people that are pro Dan Quinn are also a little bit of the people that were still pro Coach Carroll remaining, you know, and that they like the continuance of the old being kept here, you know, that Carroll was the ideal, but Quinn will work as a backup. Dave Runs, Packer fan, feeling very nervous, but still believe in love. No matter what happens, nobody can argue the Packers are trending in the right direction. Absolutely trending in the right direction. And, you know, you've gotten to see with your team twice over now with Rodgers and with Love, the benefits behind letting a quarterback sit for a couple of years, especially to learn behind a legend. And he has absolutely improved as the year has gone along. Love is going to be your guy's quarterback now into the future. This team is moving in the right direction, especially within that division where I think, Dave, there's a lot of question marks about some of the other teams that are in play. Absent, of course, maybe Detroit, who certainly are on their way and rolling well. But Love's good. Love's real good. And I think he's only going to get better in the future as that receiving core gets older and the chemistry gets tighter between them. You guys have a rich history of having those receivers develop 3-4 years. You get down the line 5 years in, and those guys are on the same page like nothing else. Now it's just a matter of just getting the line and the defense on point, and you guys are good to go as a really true contender. But who knows? Maybe this year's the year you're able to make it happen too as well. might maybe go out there and shock it. I think that's a tougher game for the Niners than otherwise would have been with the Cowboys, but that's still one hell of a tough Niners team you're going to go up against. I mean, I'm still going to give them as the win in this one, but I think your Packers, at the very least, make them nervous. Greg says, Brandon, to avoid the lateral move, but hire a coach for the same job, could the Hawks give them a different title, for example, quality control or assistant head coach, or is that not allowed? It may be allowed. I just can't remember the last time that I've heard of it happening. If a guy's let go, he's let go from the organization, not that the organization will release the guy to this other place just for kind of to be nice, right? The organizations are going to be a little bit petty on this type of stuff. And so they're just not going to let the guy go if they do value him as a head coach. There's a little bit of this going on even right now, Greg, with like Ajay Evero, where it's like they don't have a head coach, but technically he's under contract with the Panthers. And I've heard the Panthers aren't necessarily as willing to just let him go be a DC somewhere else at this point until they've determined their next head coach. So there's a little bit of that goes on, I think, in the NFL. I watch this. I'd rather have Murphy's teammate, Tavondre Swift, big old boy. Yeah, I would prefer him too. And if you're talking about being picked in the first round, I mean, I don't even really want to take Tavondre in the first round, but if I had to pick between the two of them, I'd much rather go with Tavondre than Murphy. DVD, I don't believe Miles Adams was hurt this year. Just didn't play particularly well overall. Proper says, I'm going to the game. They better not lose. I think you guys will be all right. You got that bye. You'll be fresh. You had a bit of an older team. Getting that bye was absolutely the most important part to me. Beyond the most important part was you guys getting to the top end guys being healthy at the end. But then getting the bye was the secondary part of it for you guys finding success this playoffs. And I think that the Niners are going to steamroll. I think that the Packers will make them nervous for a while. They'll roll over the Packers. I think that they steamroll the next conference championship. And then I think that Ravens-Niners is going to be a tough matchup for the 49ers. If the Niners get a chance to play the Chiefs, or if the Niners play a different team other than the Ravens, I think they got every bit of chance to go out there and take it at that point. That you could even say that they would be the over the Bills or the Chiefs. I would definitely give the Niners the nod. But if it's the Ravens, man. Garth Knight says, Harbaugh's looking for love, not control. That sounds like the lyrics of a song, Garth. Looking for love, not control. DVD says, Harbaugh plus Schneider, Super Bowl in 3 years. Let's go. Don, how you doing, man? Good to see you in the house. Hope you're doing well, bro. Pop culture raid, breakdown raid. Let's go. Mark Crowley, hello from Cork City, Ireland. Got a Boz jersey when I was a kid, lifelong 12. Go Hawks. Well, thank you, Mark. We got a little bit of a contingent out there in Ireland, I know. Certainly heavy contingent out in Britain, next just across the water from you. But thanks for checking out the channel, man. And as I always say with 12s, we are worldwide, be it in Ireland, Britain, down there in Australia, out there in Germany, down in Brazil, Mexico, Puerto Rico, wherever you will look, any country you look, you will find a Seattle Seahawks fan. And you're just as tried and true as any other 12 out there. We are worldwide, I say, the Seahawks fan base. So thank you, Mark, for being a fan out there. Boz jersey's a hell of a jersey to get, man. There's something right about a Boz jersey walking down the streets in an Ireland town. I don't know why, but that absolutely definitely fits. Dave Run says, got to be the cutest cat on the internet. She is. I mean, look at the little face she makes. Yeah. Yeah. She even does, I can even get her to talk. So it's crazy. And she's always up here, man. She always will join me for every show. Pretty cool. Like I started this show, she was sleeping underneath the bed, and I started turning on the lights. She comes right out and like, okay, I'm ready. I've got my hair ready. Let's go. Let's go. Makeup's on. DVD Forever B. One thing I don't want is the Rams defensive coordinator. I don't see much from this year, but also haven't done much of my stat research. How long has he been a defensive coordinator? Raheem Morris. Yeah. Not a big Raheem guy either. Another one of those ones you looked at as a hire here and you go, I don't really get why. He's been a defensive coordinator for the Rams for the past 3 seasons. If you look at the points allowed and yards given up, he's been around middle of the road with Aaron Donald through that time, even in the years when they had Jalen Ramsey, Aaron Donald, good defensive line, Leonard Floyd. Even those defenses were still kind of middle of the road when it was all said and done. He's got a head coaching background in this league, so this wouldn't be his first stop. And he doesn't check the box of being successful in his first head coaching stop. He does have a history, but not a successful history. He was 17-31 as the head coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers back from 2009 to 2011. And if I remember correctly, the division wasn't exactly stacked to the top at that time or really rolling at its best. Absent, I guess, yeah, the Saints kind of still strong a little bit at that point. But I look at his resume, I don't see a lot there. Not a lot of meat on that bone to me. And yeah, I don't understand quite the interest on that with Raheem. Greg says, Brandon, I think it was Dane Brugler who said in his video, Hawks take Byron Murphy, and he is the best defensive tackle in the draft. Wow, that's a bold statement. A bold statement on Byron Murphy. But I'll go back and take another look at him, Greg. I got to admit, I've gone through and kind of done the first flavor on it, and this is the hard part about doing this, that maybe with the second look and the second deeper dive, I get a little bit more better of that feel. It didn't jump out to me in the first place on that, Greg. But I will say, none of the defensive tackles in this draft have certainly stepped out to me really hugely in the way that they've really popped. You know, Jalen Carter and Cansey last year were really true first-round talents. You could see it. In Carter's case, he was a blue-chip prospect. Zerzan Newton is probably a little closer to Cansey and as far as his upside goes and what he's going to bring to the table versus Carter. But it's then just a big collection of group of guys for me, Greg, that find when I watch their tape, there's good, there's some bad. They all kind of land into that second roundish range of things a little bit for my standing of things. But I'll take another look at Byron Murphy. I respect Dane's work. And he does legitimately great work at that. So if he's being pro Murphy on this, there's probably a good reason for it. He may even be hearing some of these from within NFL circles on that being a place that this guy will go. Testing is going to be important with a guy at 6'1". You know, is he going to be a sub 6 foot guy at sub 300 pounds when he tests? That's a little bit of something I wonder about there with him, Greg, and this testing process. But I'll take another look at him. Hand grenade, it's a runner so far. Rumor so far, B. Rumor. Oh. Yeah, it is a rumor about the uniforms. We haven't got confirmation yet. Hopefully it's right. Brian Myers says, Pumpkin's an expert at grooming and sleeping. Predicting games, not so much. Well, she was only 3 games off, so she was pretty close. For a cat, that's pretty good. And it's a learning process for her, you know? We're all learning and getting better. She'll be better next year on it, I promise you. Kevin O'Connell, I would love to see Canellas coming as an OC, get to work with Gino again. I wouldn't mind it, Kevin, but as I've been kind of harping a little bit on this one stream, I just don't think that you're going to get a lateral move from Canellas. As you're going to have to, he's going to only leave Tampa Bay unless it's on a, I love your guys' thinking on this. I really do, because it is outside the box and thinking, let's build the staff here and take this guy as a good OC here, or this, grab a good DC over here and we'll pair him back over here and we'll put this over here. But these guys just don't go laterally like that. It may be a possibility of happening. Maybe there's no rules against it, but within the NFL on a yearly basis, you just don't see these kind of situations break down like that. He's going to stay at Tampa Bay. He's going to be an OC there if he doesn't get a head coaching job this offseason. And if he goes on to be another successful year of OCing with Tampa Bay next year, he's likely to be probably a head coaching candidate, if not hired, next offseason. Garth Knight says, who the hell is Graham on the Raiders? That was one of those ones, Garth, it was announced that we were going to interview him. And that was one of those announcements where you went, huh? Wait, why? I mean, I was talking about Raheem Morris causing me some confusion about what is it about his resume recently that's making you say this is the guy you need to go to. And when you go to the Raiders defensive coordinator here over the past 2 years with them, 2022 Graham was 26th in points allowed, 26th in yards allowed. This last year, the Raiders were 18th in total yards, 9th in points allowed, so a little bit of an improvement. And then he had 1 year as a defensive coordinator with the Dolphins back a few years ago where he was 30th in yards and 32nd in points allowed. So I don't really know what the draw would be to Graham. I don't on that one, Garth. Both him and Raheem Morris are two of the ones that I went, why? Snail B, I'm pro Pete staying, and I really don't like the idea of Quinn. If we're going to change. Quinn is kind of a cop out. I get it. And it's not all people that were pro Carroll staying, Snail, but there's a contingent, I think, of some of the pro Carroll people that look at the Quinn thing as like, okay, well, we're still kind of keeping Carroll a little bit in a roundabout way then because of that. But I do too as well. I want change. This is one of the reasons he's dipping down a little bit from my perspective is I want some change here. Some real change. And I don't want the negatives or the things that hold us back to be, again, those things that we face with the new coach because of their style and philosophy is very much exactly the same. D Nugget, how you doing? D Hawks, Brandon, is it fair to say that Pumpkin is handling the stress of Pete quitting and the uncertainty of the new coach okay? Go Hawks, go Pumpkin. She is. It's taking a lot of salmon. A lot of batting around the ball, a lot of bullying her sister. But, the stress is getting itself out in various ways. The Greg Kemp, I like Dan Quinn's history with cornerbacks and D-line. Yeah, especially as the D-line guy. He's no doubt, as I said in my video about him, Greg, he is a guru there. He knows how to teach the position. The games that he can run up front with the stunt game and the looping, twisting guys going every which way around on the defensive line makes it very hard on offensive lines. And in itself can sometimes just generate pressure. Ryan Ball says, in other words, Brandon, 49ers suck. That's all I heard. Just kidding. She is the co-host, CMC. Addicted to Hawk says, wow, Disley got 17th place PFF tight end grade, huh? That's right. He's a top 20 tight end in this league, which is one of the reasons why I do not believe he's going to be cut this offseason and will remain in the Seattle in the near future. Into the near future. The Doc Pumpkin comes out. Where's my close-up? That's right. Philip Castle says, woo, Hawks Nest in Ireland. Let's go. Nick Docs, Noah Fant, 31st for tight ends, and Disley 17th. My head hurts. Yeah. Well, Disley's a better blocker and close to what Fant brings to you as a pass catcher. And, Fant just had a tough year for a free agency season. That's for sure. Greg Kemp, I also like the Dan Quinn scheme is similar to the Hawks, but a little more aggression. Yep. He's a little more willing to blitz than Carroll. He'll be a little more unwilling to go middle of the road. I'm a little more willing to play man-based cover concepts. There's definitely a growth within Greg's system. What's up, Meze? Nate says, why does Bobby Wagner like Morris? Maybe because Morris knows how to use him like Pete? Or what's the reason? Well, I think certainly Raheem Morris knew exactly how to put Bobby Wagner in the right positions last year. And Nate, Bobby was put into a lot different positions this year with the Hawks. A lot more spot dropping, a lot less of him around the line of scrimmage. So I think when Bobby looks at that and goes, yeah, Raheem knows not to do that to me. He'll put me in the right positions to succeed. And Bobby's right. The stats back that up. We need offensive-minded modern play calling, discipline, less penalties, beef up both lines in the trenches. I like it. Let's go. Talks, Brandon, it would be interesting to see the Seahawks 2012, 13, 14 PFF grades. Wonder how our O-line did those days compared to 2023. That would be interesting to kind of check out comparatively. Yeah. Imagine that some of us holding the ball a little bit at times kind of put their scores in some perilous places. But overall, I think you would have seen better scores than this year on that team for sure, those teams. Mr. Dog, still think we have a coach before the Super Bowl? Kind of. Maybe not confidently, Mr. Dog. This year is a hard one to predict because it seems like the Rooney Rule and the NFL is coming down with a hammer on teams and forcing them to go through the process, whereas before it was sort of a go through it if you really want to or not. We don't care. This year seems to be we're going to force everybody to slow roll this one a little bit. And especially if one of those candidates is McDonald or Johnson, those guys get the Super Bowl, you're going to have to potentially wait that long to actually get them in person. Philip Castle Plummer could be an interesting late pick at quarterback. Fourth or fifth round name might sound familiar. Jake Plummer is his dad. I do remember Jake, his dad. Hell of a gamer. Not the most talented guy, but just got it done. I haven't had a chance, Philip, to take a look at Plummer. I'm sure I'll have a chance at some point as I'm more into that right now, second, third round-ish range of guys that are in that place. But I will take a look at him before it's all said and done. Ryan Ball, thank you for hitting that like button. Folks, do please, if you could for me, hit that like button. It does help out this channel, helps me grow. Helps me show up on a lot of searches and all that stuff. As well, if you're not subbed, please do get subbed up to the channel. We just crossed over 15,000 subscribers here, which feels real good. So thank you to all the new subs as well for jumping aboard. Greg Brandon, he said the thing he liked about Byron Murphy is that he can pass rush, I think, but I need to rewatch the video because they jumped around a lot and didn't do the picks in order. Yeah, he's your 3 tech, Greg, because Devondre's your big trash can down there for Texas, and then this is your 3 tech next to him. So I'm open to him being that good. Like I said, he was Jamarcus, and like I said, Greg, he was the second highest rated guy by PFF this past season on the defensive line in college football, with T'Vondre Sweat being the number 1 ranked. They love that Texas defensive line, did PFF. But yeah, I have to just look a little bit more deeper at him to get a little bit more of a view from my first initial look. But that's where we're at now. That'll be the next 3 months. Will be me just basically grinding tape, getting through. I'll take another look at him though, man, for sure. Jeff Johnson, you have to wear flowers in your hair in Seattle and San Fran to mask the smell of feces in the air. Jeff Johnson, can we hear your Jerry Jones voice yelling at Steven for the Green Bay loss? Yeah, why not? Why not do that? Steven! What is it, Daddy? Steven! What is it, Daddy? Steven, get in here. What? What do you want? We lost yesterday, didn't we, boy? Yeah, Daddy, I guess we did. It was, we lost Trayvon Diggs early, and that's not what we lost. Lost. You didn't put a good team together, and you hired the coaches. Daddy, you want Mike McCarthy and Dan Quinn. You said hire them, Dad. You're the man in charge, not me. I can give you advice, but then it's on you to take that advice and run with it, all right? You don't have to run with it. You can just take the advice, look at it, put it down. Put it down, boy. Put it down like you can't put down that burrito you're holding right now. Daddy, why you gonna give me a hard time about my burrito, Daddy? I like my burrito. You like that burrito too much. You like this team as much as you like that burrito. We'd be in the NFL championship 10 years ago. Put it down. Tired of looking at your old big fat mud hole of a mouth. Open it. Get down. Why'd you hire them? You told me to hire them, Daddy. You said hire them. I hire them. Do what I'm asking me to do, Daddy. I'll do what you tell me to do. You don't do what I tell you to do. I just put myself in charge if I want to do what I tell me to do. You got to hold me back for myself, son. That's your job, boy. What do you expect me to do here? I don't know, Daddy. What do you want me to do? I can't make you happy. You'll make me happy when you give me a Super Bowl, boy. That's what you're going to make happy. We're Dallas Cowboys. We're America's team. All right? Super Bowls. That's what we do here. We don't get a plus. Super Bowls, son. All right? Give me new coaches. Daddy, we can't just fire everybody away. It's not going to get better that way. Oh, now you're going to not listen to me, huh? Now you're not going to listen to me, huh? I'll start doing that all day, Jeff. DVD Brandon, Jets defensive coordinator, Browns defensive, either available or wanted. Jets defensive coordinator will be a no because I don't think that Robert Saleh is going to be let go. And no, Jim Schwartz is going to remain as the defensive coordinator with the Browns. He did a hell of a job for him this past year. In large part, it was that defense that helped them get to where they got with the quarterback position in the place that it was with Cleveland. Brian Flores is head coach, Frank Reich is offensive coordinator, and Wink Martindale is defensive coordinator. Who's in? That'd be pretty wild. I'd be open to it, Brian. I'd be open to it. Wouldn't be my first choice, but I'd be open to it. Sam Hutchinson, I think the Schneider, he called him the Schneider. I like that, Sam. I think the Schneider going through all these random guys right now. I think the Schneider's going through all these random guys right now, so he doesn't have to wait when he's got the right one. I don't see them hiring a coach that is not in the playoffs right now. Smart thoughts on this, man. I definitely could see this playing out in that fashion of things, for sure. Nate says, when will you be doing a mock draft, B? Can't wait to see who you think the Seahawks should get. And second question, would Harbaugh ever get along with John if he'd want to come to Seattle I'm wondering. In regards to John Schneider, even a couple of years ago, he spoke very well about the program that Harbaugh was running out there in Michigan and the type of player that was coming out of the program. So it certainly seems like on the surface of it, he does like Harbaugh. We haven't heard of them announcing that they're going to try to interview Harbaugh or that he's necessarily a candidate right now. So it does remain a bit of a question mark. I would think that John seems to indicate this is a no stone left unturned kind of situation. And so if that's the case, you would at the very least get Harbaugh on the horn and try to find out if there's a basic way that this could work between them. there's a lot of guessing game when it comes to whether or not they can get along or not, Nate, because this is a big key of people that are anti-Harbonites is that they'll say that he can't get along with the general manager. And their proof of that is that look at what happened with him and Trent Baalke in San Francisco. Now, maybe that's an indicative situation of Harbaugh just can't get along with any general manager and he's going to burn everybody out. Maybe that's just that Trent Baalke's an a-hole and hard to work with. And maybe they were oil and water together. I think that Schneider is well suited to potentially work with a very strong-minded head coach who wants things done a certain way. He's been dealing with that same type of coach for the last 14 years. So it'd be a pretty easy transition, I think, to go actually from Harbaugh than from Carroll. So I don't think that would be as tough a hurdle for him to clear. But again, Nate, a lot of this is a guessing game because I just don't know and we don't have a lot of information about what's what in regards to that. So I'm kind of putting 2 and 2 together on that one. But we'll get a little bit more clarity here in the next week or two on where they're at with that. In regards to the mock draft, we pushed it off this week because this week, tomorrow, me and Brendan on the B&B show are going to be looking at kind of refining down these head coaching candidates tomorrow a little bit further and zeroing in on some maybe of the best ones we want to be taking a look at here. But then the week after that, we're going to be doing our first mock draft. So it'll be a B&B show mock draft next Thursday, and we'll going through and doing the picks. There'll be a lot of mocks. You guys, I don't know what the over-under is going to be on 10 mock drafts this year. I got to 5 last year. We might hit 10 this year. You can never have too many mock drafts. Brian says mock drafts with so many teams not having coaches is a waste of time. That's one thing. Yeah, we tend to want to try to hold on the mock until we get the team too. That's the other part of it. That's a good point on Brian's part here, Nate, which is you run the mock now before you actually get to the coach. It's a bit of an exercise in futility because the coach is going to want to have players that fit specifically to a scheme, especially in this first year, especially if there's positions that you're missing that he inherently is going to need to get his scheme to work right. Good point. Very good point. Lord Boom says, Brandon, your Jerry Jones and Son imitation is freaking hilarious, man. I was cracking up over here. Thank you, Lord Boom. Jerry's mad right now, all right? I'm trying to get this boy to go right. I haven't been able to get him fly right since he's 4 years old, crapping himself up until he's 5 years old in his own bed. And then I put this man in charge. What was I thinking? Daddy, don't tell him about that. Don't tell him. Are you still eating, boy? You still having that burrito? I'm just sad about the loss, Daddy. I'm hungry, and it makes me hungry when I'm sad, and I'm sad when I'm hungry. Oh, damn, boy. Where's your brother? Give me your younger brother. Give me Jerry Jr. Jerry don't know football. He's a painter, Dad. I don't care. Can't be worse. Jags Talk with Jose Rodriguez. Hit that like button. Thank you, Jose, for reminding me of that. And I did get your DM, man. We'll get something set up shortly here for a show. Just got to get through the pass of these last couple of weeks have been just fast and furious. Hoya and Grenade, off topic, but a member stream Saturday. I'm going to be shooting for, if I can, tomorrow to do the member stream Holy and Grenade, but if I miss it tomorrow, then it will be Saturday. I'll get the posting out there, if not tonight, early tomorrow. But one of the two, I'm going to absolutely commit to getting the one member show out every week. So we're going to get that locked in, and throughout this off season, we're going to absolutely make that a thing. I even have the show topic I kind of want to cover around a little bit. So 100%, we will be doing a members only show at that time. Greg, I wonder how many interviews John did today and the top questions asked. I would love to be a fly on the wall there, Greg. You're right. It'd be great to listen to them go because you could learn a lot just off the questions he asked, much less the answers that you get from the proverbial candidates. It would tell you a lot about what they're looking for and what's most important to them. DVD, do we have any former Michigan offensive linemen on the roster? Oluwatimi is the only guy. And then, of course, Mike Morris being the only guy you have on the defensive side of the ball. So you got a couple guys. DVD, Brandon, if you could do it all over again, Jalen Carter or Devin Witherspoon? Devin Witherspoon. Jalen Carter had a very good year. Devin Witherspoon had a better year. Jalen Carter is going to be, I think, more of a rotational guy in this league than he is going to be a three-down pure guy. I think he's going to be more of a pass rusher than he's going to be he'll be an okay run defender. I don't think he's going to be a bad run defender, but I don't know if he'll be as dominant a run defender as he'll be as a pass rusher. Witherspoon's going to be a guy playing 24/7. He can play two different positions. He brings a full skill set to play. I feel great about the Witherspoon pick. Lord Boom HawksNest. Hey, Brandon, thanks a lot. Talking off-season stuff, man. I'm so happy that I have other people that treat the off-season because it doesn't stop for me. Appreciate you. Oh, no, man. It never stops for me. I appreciate you tuning in and checking out. I know for some, they fall away from football and start moving their eyes to other places. But, yeah, that's the way it is here. It will be more so than ever this offseason as we got, to me, I feel a little bit reinvigorated by the situation here with Seattle and what we're looking at going into the future. being that we don't feel like we're on kind of a dead end approach, which is where this franchise had been kind of feeling in recent years at times. Even in optimism, there was still that overarching feeling of, are we just going to just keep holding on to the old? Are we really not going to update? Are we really not going to modernize? Was that all just lip service so they could keep doing the old thing? And indeed, it appeared and became really just that. So there's an optimism at place now here. There is a hope from my standpoint that this team gets around to being really good really quickly. And that doesn't have to be a requirement for the next head coach, is that he's got to get us to a successful state quick. I just think it's going to be a happy byproduct of whatever coach that you bring in here. Because whatever coach you bring in here is not going to just completely ignore the middle of the football field at the 32nd rate in the entire NFL. The new coach you bring in here is not just going to simply hammer the A and B gap runs. The new coach you're going to bring in here is not just going to simply draw depth of coverage super deep to the back end, protecting against deep balls that are never thrown. A new head coach is going to come in and pretty quickly stop doing those things. And just stop doing those things as a collection across the board. You're going to find some more true success here with the Seattle Seahawks team as we do go forward, in my opinion. And boy, do I feel very confident about that. Hoy and Grenade B, Seahawkers podcast is down for collab since it's the off season. I'm still trying to get both Brandons. I'll try to shoot for something. I've been, the coaching search has caught me a little bit right now where I'm in the grips of that Hoy and Grenade because it's a Harbaugh video. It's the Quinn video. I'm trying to kick out the Ben Johnson video, a McDonald video, and then maybe a Vrabel video. So I'm just within the heart of this coaching search. You want to get these videos out right now, strike while the iron's hot, so to speak. But as we get a little bit more into the depths of the offseason, I get a little bit more time to breathe on this. I'm definitely going to be down to doing some collab. So I'll try to maybe reach out to them, see if they're down to do something on that. I'm definitely open to it. It's just been so fast, hot, and heavy here over the last 2 weeks with stuff going down that it's just been kind of hard to get the head wrapped around. But I would like to get a little more collabs going this offseason, maybe reach out to a variety of different Hawk channels and get some different people in and for some different discussion and whatnot. I think it could be a nice little change up here on the channel for sure. D Nugget says, Jerry just officially said he's sticking with Mike McCarthy. All right, so I want y'all know what you want. Y'all, is he going to stay or not? Okay, he's staying, all right, technically. Technically, he is the head coach, okay? He's here, all right? He will be on the sidelines next year, all right? I don't feel good about it. My son tells me we can't get better, so whatever. Dad, you can't tell him that. Shut up. Shut up, boy. Hey, I'm just saying it's too much information. They don't need to know that. They do need to know that. We are holding people accountable here in Dallas. This is America's team. America's accountable. Jeff Johnson, have you purchased your Stroud jersey? And when does your Texas stream start? It's AFC, so it's not cheating. I haven't quite yet. There's still time yet. I think I will be. I think I will be trying to do some streaming of some games here in the playoffs here the next 2 weeks, Jeff. I don't know which one I'm going to do on Saturday or Sunday, or maybe both days. I'll stream both days, maybe. It'll kind of depend on if I stream it, if we have the audience for it, I guess. That'll be a bit of a part of it. But I'll maybe look into streaming here on Saturday or Sunday. We'll try to get one of the games in at least. DVD, Brandon, is there any crazy head coaching hire that all of us don't see coming? Who's that huge surprise, and why is it a good choice? I got you. I got you on this one. Seattle Seahawks announced tomorrow the hiring of Mike Holmgren as the new head coach of your Seattle Seahawks / former old head coach at 75 years coming out of retirement to bring the Seattle Seahawks back to the promised land. Holmgren, with his connections, the old former Packer organization, with his connections to John Schneider. Hell, Schneider just had him in the building a week ago talking about the head coaching search, if you know what I mean. So this is a connection that not many people are making, but they should be. And what does Mike see here in the Seahawks team? Oh, he sees an offense that he can go out there and make cook. He says an offense that I can get some more out of that. I can make that offense hum. I'm going to hire the right guys, give me some young whippersnappers, and we're going to go make this happen. How you like that for outside the box, bro? Do you not get my team for the Super Bowl is Tampa Bay? I know they won't make it, but I just love the resurgence of Baker Mayfield. Me too, man. I'm not even a big Baker guy, but how can you not root for what he's done there? Jag Sports Talk with Jose Rodriguez. Any chance we bring back Desai if he leaves Philly? Potentially. I mean, Jose, if you went with if you've had a way to get a Najee Evero into the house, there's the Fangio connections between those two guys. So that could definitely, pull you there. Hell, you could bring in a Raheem Morris guy. That could see you bringing in a Desai with Raheem Morris's kind of connections to some of the Vic Fangio stuff as well that exists out there. He's not directly related, but there's some connections there with him and what he's done as well there with it. So yeah, all those guys, all those coaches kind of are all interconnected a little bit. When one gets a hire, other guys are in play. And with Desai, Jose, his star is not going to be on the rise enough to be a defensive coordinator. So it's really about bringing that guy in to be now special teams coach, secondary coach, not special teams, but secondary coach, assistant to the defensive coordinator, something like that, right? They got all those different titles out there. Thank you, D Nugget. Appreciate it. Charge ahead. Oh, my beloved Brando. Good to see you. You too, charge ahead. Jumping on in-house. Greg Kemp, the Miami coach, would be a shocker to me. Frank Smith would be a very big surprise. That one would be very much, I guess that's more of the outside the box one that's in the box and that they're interviewing him. So there's the possibility there. I think Greg Graham would be even more shocking than, at least with Frank goes, offensive coach, Dolphins, trending, going to Graham would be nutso. That one I would not be able to figure out. My Henry says, watch us pull Terry Bradshaw from the bush. And indeed, Brian, Pete's son is the new offensive coordinator with the UW. Crazy. And probably see a lot of Coach Carroll down there at UW here. He's got some connections with Jed Fish and obviously Carroll there. DVD, Brandon. Okay, not in a serious manner. Laughing out loud. Okay, now in a serious manner. Who could be that guy, the head coach, we're not thinking enough about? That would be great or bad, and why, please? Whew. Boy, I don't even know if I have a good answer for you on like truly far outside the box. They're sort of considering everybody at this point. And there's just not necessarily somebody that strikes me. I guess like maybe you go and get like a Kirby Smart at Georgia, and determining that he can make his program work at the NFL level. And that'd be a pretty crazy hire. Would it be good or bad? I'm not sure. I wish I had better examples for you, DVD. I don't really have a name off the top of my head that strikes me as one that we're not considering who would be in play, who would be, even I think even Belichick would be a huge surprise. And would that be a good hire? Probably depends on who he hires as an offensive coordinator, and then if you can keep him without his hands on the personnel control side of it. I have too good of an answer for you on that. I'm sorry. Holy Hand Grenade. B. Brian Callahan. Brian Callahan's great. Holy Hand Grenade. Do me a favor. I did a good at least a good 10-minute dissertation on him yesterday on the show that was about the outside the box candidates. He was one of the guys that I've, of course, featured. He's done great work with Cincinnati. He's done great work with Burrow there, not having a great offensive line in place at all times to get that offense humming and one of the best in the NFL. That is a very great job on his part. Father, former head coach in this league. So there's the connections there. He's earned the right to be a head coaching job. It's been 3 years of sensational work there, taking Browning this year and having that offense not miss a beat once you lose to Burrow. He's been very good. I wouldn't want him here in Seattle necessarily. I wouldn't hate it if you hired him because, again, I think he's done some great work. But he's a guy that's going to be very soon considered for a head coaching job. No doubt about that. How about Jim Cooter? That Jim Cooter would be a surprise. That's a football coach name, by the way. Jim Cooter. Jim Cooter. All right, folks. We are a good 4 hours. We just crossed here on this show today. So let's get the last couple of questions, if we can, here into the chat. And then we're going to go ahead and wrap this on up. I'll be back tomorrow for the B&B show, where me and Brendan are going to try to distill, get down to a little bit more of a bottom line on some of these coaches of who's really the best guys. We'll try to see maybe there's a few left field ones we can throw at you guys that DVD you're asking about now. We'll see if there's anybody out there that might be someone they're taking, maybe some look we're not considering. But we're going to try to dive a little bit deeper into these coaches and really get to the bottom line and maybe a kind of even a debate fashion between me and Brendan on, what these coaches bring, what they don't bring, and get a little bit closer to maybe the best bottom line answer for our Hawks moving forward as we go through this great Seahawks coaching search of 2024. Awesome. We got the last up. I thank you guys for watching here today. Please do me a favor, hit that like button if you could for me. I want to thank just one more time as we walk our way out the show today, Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy is going to sponsor the Seahawks Nest throughout this year, throughout this off season. I'm very, very proud to have their sponsorship here. And if you click the link below down this description section or use my code NEST when you go to the site or use their app, they will match you up to 100% on your first deposit up to $100. So $100 on the Hawks Nest from me to you, and you're supporting the show at the same time. That's what we call a win-win-win-win. So go on to Underdog Fantasy today. If your fantasy team went down and got cooked up this year and you've been long out of it and you're just sitting there kind of miserable about it, well, go over there and go beat on somebody else here this weekend. Take somebody else on here on the nation and see if you can take them down this week. Thank you to Underdog Fantasy for helping. They're giving away still tons of money every single week. You can jump into basketball, baseball, hockey. They've got it all there on their app. And they've been very kind to sponsor me throughout the course of this offseason. Again, too, thank you for all of you guys watching. Greg Kemp, Brandon, who do you think is the most well-rounded head coaching candidate Hawks have talked to so far? Well-rounded. Probably Ben Johnson or Dan Quinn, as far as well-rounded. But I don't know if all the guys that's a tough guess on that one, Greg. You know what I mean? Because that's a little bit the fly on the wall, how the conversations go. Who is these? A lot of these guys, it depends on how the interview kind of goes a little bit, with that. So Quinn's shown off a bit of, but that's as much as Quinn having the track record, Greg, versus Ben, who's just been a coordinator. So not had the opportunity to show off how well-rounded they might be. Maybe Johnson's got a great imaginative plan for how to deal with the defensive side of the ball and the coordinator that he wants to hire over there. Big Docs, thank you, man. You have a good night. DVD, last question. Who's out as coach? Who's demoted? And who's better as replacement as under coaches line? And who's better as replacement as under coaches? I'm not sure what you meant on the last part of that question there, DVD. All coaches are out. New staff is going to basically be brought in across the board. Maybe one or two guys like an Izzo, your special teams coach, might be retained, but everybody else is probably likely to be moved out the door. I can't see anybody remaining at this point who's done a good enough job to remain in the house. That's why I say maybe Izzo, maybe your running backs coach, maybe you keep BT Jordan, that's about all you're going to get. New coaching staff, you're going to get out with the old, in with the new. It's going to be all the way through. You're going to turn everything over and all across. Greg said, Nate, what is Seattle's cap space right now, B? We have $2 million of cap space, Nate. What are the odds we move on from Lockett, Adams, and Diggs, then Disley? Do you think they try fixing contracts on any of these guys to get other players? I think Jamal Adams and Quandre Diggs are going to be released. I think Will Disley is going to remain. I think Tyler Lockett's going to remain. Could they rework the deal of Lockett and Disley? Could they add another year on the deals? Could they just find a way to make the money work a little bit better to lessen their cap hit at that point? Yes. But the moving on of Diggs and Adams alone, Nate, clears $27 million of cap space. So you can almost get all of your offseason work done alone just on the back of Adams and Diggs. When you add them on top of Adams and Diggs, Eskridge and Brian Monet, you're up to around $34, $35 million of functional cap space. You really don't need to go and then look at Lockett or Disley at that point. They're fine, especially that they're going then into what will be, I think, the final year of both of their 2 years deals. You can get out. They're just done at that point. So, yes, absolutely on Adams and Jamal, though. DVD says, no more questions. Let this man sleep. Laugh it out loud. Go Hawks. 12's forever. Thank you, DVD. You have yourself a great night. Peace to all you. The Nugget says peace and love to Pumpkin. Give her a little bit of love for you here, Space, as she's deep in her sleep. She appreciates that. Cameron says, Brandon, for head coach for the Hawks, I won't turn down the position, and I'll work for peanuts. I'll work for peanuts, I tell you. All right, we'll be back tomorrow, 7 o'clock Pacific Standard Time with a B&B show. Brendan Nelson back in the house over here as we discuss and dive into a little bit more deeper this head coaching search and try to get a little bit more clarity on where this thing is going. Thank you guys for watching, checking the channel out, for hitting that like button, for subbing on up. It has been a hell of a year on the Hawks Nest. If it wasn't for our Hawks, I really do appreciate all of you that. Garth Knight, Randall McDaniel, Megan Gock, Roger Jordan, and all of the folks out there today that donated, Taker 610, Don Mana, you as well. Thank you guys for all of your support as well to the channel. I really appreciate it. So we will be back tomorrow, 7 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. But until that time, I hope in this exciting head coaching search. I don't have to remind you, but I'm going to do it anyway. Don't you now ever forget. Please, by God, don't you ever forget. Especially now as we're on the precipice of getting back to seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, getting back to potentially contender state. Please, by God, don't you ever forget. Go Hawks. Oh, by the way, I'll be on my channel streaming on Twitch here later this evening. So Seahawks Nest, join me over there. Sub up to me over there. I'll be streaming there throughout the offseason as well, in addition to streaming here. So bit of both. But please, don't you ever forget. Never forget. Go Hawks.